Yo, hello. Welcome everyone to the quarterfinals of FTX Road to Miami. We have an amazing matchup coming up today. It is the one and only Arjun taking on Levon Aronian. It's one of those stories which continues to happen, go on and on. This rivalry which is building up. It's a very unusual one because somehow Aronian is a world class GM, Arjun is a rising talent. There should be no rivalry between these two, but there is, because they've played against each other so many times. And in fact, Arjun has performed really well. So if we look at their last few tournaments, at Gold Money Asian Rapid, it went all the way for so many games. They played like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games they played, right? Because it was 2 days event. Then in Lindores Abbey, Arjun beat him both the times. Then in Tata Steel Chess India Rapid, draw. Tata Steel Chess India Blitz, draw. Then in playoffs, in the second Blitz game, Arjun won. In playoffs, 2 draws, and finally Armageddon, Aronian won. Then World Blitz Championship, they drew. So these are few of the results. And by the way, the game has begun. D4, D5, C4. And this time Arjun, very confident, he pushes his pawn to E4. And Aronian defends it with B5. A4, C6. Okay. Take. Knight C3. Queen B. Oh, this line, knight D5. Queen B7. Bishop F4. अभी इधर E5. खेला bishop E5. Okay, knight D7. Now knight C7 is a mistake, guys. It's a mistake because of king D8. So bishop, he goes back. By the way, Aronian versus Hikaru Nakamura happened in this line, and I don't know if Nakamura maybe went BG3. He's given this check taken here. Okay, can we take on E4? He takes it. Knight E2 defends the bishop. Now you must pick up this knight. No, he takes it. So Arjun is an exchange up, but Aronian argues that, his knight has good squares, good development. Bishop can come on this long diagonal. Wow, what a sharp game. First one itself. Guys in the chat, how are you doing? Hello. Okay, bishop, knight C3. Look at this. Knight C3, bishop B4. And now he's threatening check because the knight is pinned. So F3 takes control here. Arjun has 17 minutes. Levon has 16 minutes, 25 seconds. A5 played. Bishop E2. Okay. People are saying this game would be a draw, but guys, kuch bhi ho sakta hai na. I'll castle, then white will be an exchange up. Okay, black will have one pawn, but his king is not great on D8. Shall we check how many times this opening has happened before? Let's do that. Yeah, here. So D4, D5, C4, DC4, E4, B5, knight C3. No, pehle A4, A4, C6, AB, CB, knight C3, Queen B6, 41 games. First time I saw this was Zansai Abdul Malik versus Pragnananda. And I had made a video on that. See, Abdul Malik versus Prag here. And I had said amazing preparation. Since then, this line has been played so many times. Look at this. By Aronian, Nakamura. So many players. bishop f4, e5, no, pehle, sorry, knight d5, queen b7, bishop f4, e5. So you have 19 games, bishop e5, knight d7, and now 9 games, bishop f4, 3 games, bishop g3. So bishop f4, knight gf6, check. Aronian has played this with white, by the way. And it's very interesting that now he's playing it with black. Knight a8, check, knight e2, takes, knight c3. This Aronian has not played. Aronian has played queen d2 here and f3 here. One with Nakamura, one with Dominguez. Okay. Knight c3, 3 games. This is some French championship. Dev Shah has played from India here, Fodor Balash. And this is an correspondence game. So knight c3, and then he played bishop b4. f3 has happened. And here what did he play now? Oh, so many moves have been. My God, they are playing at the speed of lightning. a5 happened. Arjun played bishop e2. He wants to castle. Queen c6. तो अभी castle हो जाए. Castle कर दिया जाए. Rook e8. Rook comes to the good square. Okay. Open file. Why not? Take it. So he plays rook e1. a4. Bishop comes back to d2. Again, seems like Arjun's preparation. Knight b6. Why Arjun Erigasi को चश्मा क्यों आ गया? Why has Arjun Erigasi got specs? Because he prepares so much. He's all prepared. Knight e4. And look at Levon there. He's sort of now getting the grip. Many times what happens, you make your moves quickly. You're not immersed in the position. So now you kind of take time, get sort of familiar with what's happening. Abhinav Garg says something interesting happened today. My interviewer was from Chennai, so I asked him whether he plays chess. My interviewer was from Chennai, and you only asked him whether he plays chess. Wow. And then we talked about Olympiad, Chess-Based India, and Samay Raina. Oh, that is so cool, Abhinav. Awesome. I hope you get the job. Yeah, I am sure, Shashank, that Levon is confident about this line from both colors. But still, I would say that this line is a lot about concrete play and less about understanding, or maybe after a point it is about understanding. But you know, when it's such a messy position, chess has become very concrete. You know, these grandmasters of the past who used to believe a lot on having deeper understanding of the game, it has changed to some extent for sure. Like, you can no longer go to the game just thinking that, oh, I understand chess much better than my opponent and I will win. You have to work hard. You have to prepare. You have to spend those 2-3 hours before the game revising your lines, or else you will just get outplayed. Chess for Fun says, by the way, Levon tweeted, what a pleasure it is to be paired with a sweet and extremely gifted guy like Arjun, eagerly anticipating our match. Wow. So sweet. I'm sure Levon is up for this challenge and he enjoys it tremendously. Let's try to understand this position. First of all, why Black did not take here? Because this bishop is hanging, and also if you take, you have a very strong center. So if bishop d2 and queen d2, rook e4, bishop f3, this is the kind of position which white wants. That the king is in the center, the queen is attacked. I want to push the pawn to d5. It's very bad position for black. So knight e4, you will see that he could take here, but then after queen d2, again white's position is sort of freeing up a bit. Knight can jump to c5, maybe bishop can go this side. So please keep in mind that if white can sort of rearrange his pieces properly, here bishop jo hai, अरे यार pawn is in the way, I can't move. This bishop is thinking where to go. Should I go to g5 or not? Maybe to a5. These pawns are dangerous. But if white exchanges a couple of pieces, he should be better here because he's materially ahead. He has a rook for his opponent's knight and a pawn. And now Arjun taking his time, he's also understanding what's happening. We have a super chat from Aman who says got a free super chat. So could not think of a better place to use it. Amazing work ethic, Sagar. You're truly inspiring. More power to you. Arey Aman, thank you. Did you get a few free super chat yesterday also? Or only today? I think you super chatted yesterday also, right? Or was it someone else? How is it everyone's getting free super chats? Interest. DS, who has been backer of Indian chess for 17 months. Thank you so much, DS, for being a member on this channel, has said, go Arjun. Thank you. Rakshit, free super chat ये होता है कि they get it for free. Someone else is paying for it. But I don't know who. Maybe YouTube. Okay, by the way, guys, the one who wins the match today will face the winner of Duda and Anish Giri. And I want them on the screen as well, because of course that is a great match that we have. Somehow Anish Giri's camera is not working, it seems. Something seems to be off. Okay, when it starts, then we will have it. But Anish is on the attack, huh? Look at this. He's pushed his pawns. And maybe he wants to eventually play this way. Asim says take the bishop with knight and then bishop a5 pin in Arjun game. Okay, interesting suggestion. So take, very good, attacking here. Maybe black will then go knight d5. And imagine that I get 3 moves. Okay, if I play queen d2, you play bishop f5, I go bishop d1. So already some trouble, because say take, king d7, black is doing quite well. But if I'm able to manage bishop c2, like you forget it, and I'm able to do bishop c2, already white is better. Because next I will take, I'll get my rook here, I will trade. So it's all about connecting the rooks and finding squares for your pieces. Oh, and look what Arjun has done. Arjun went right ahead and has given up a free pawn. He has said to Levon, take the pawn. And Levon is like, he didn't even think for much. If queen takes d5, it is already a losing move. Guys, you know why? Why is this lost? Gukesh is winning, against Abdus Sataro. Wow. So that means Gukesh's first classical game he will win today and will reach higher than 2600. Amazing. 2695, maybe 2698. Okay, bishop a5. Absolutely right. And then this is a trouble here. The bishop is hanging. This is pinned. So he couldn't do it with the queen. He took with the b knight. Also, he could have taken with the f knight, but he chose this. Next up, Arjun went knight takes, queen takes, bishop a5, king d7, and queen to d4. So Arjun has somehow managed to move his queen up, but as we mentioned, this bishop is still looking for a good job. So this bishop is like our one of our chat members who was saying that he gave interviews. These are all interviewers here, not allowing him to get a job easily. If somehow magically you get f4 bishop f3 or bd1 bishop c2, but now to even he's 2 pawns down. So materially, Levon is doing pretty well. Can he sack the bishop for 2 pawns? That is interesting. So let's say after this, what does black do? Maybe black plays bishop b7. He played it. Okay. Anish drew? Anish drew. What? How? g4, knight h7, knight f3, knight g5, knight h2. Knight h7, knight f3, knight g5, knight h2. In fact, this position is just better for him. After, let's say, bishop g5, knight g5, hg5, Anish is the one who's pushing here. And maybe he missed this next move in this position. Guys, can you find it? How can Anish press for an advantage here? It's a very nice move here. No, not f6, because f6, knight f6, rook f6, gf6. I don't see enough compensation there. But the move that I was looking for here is h4. Well done, guys. Well done. Awesome, awesome, awesome. h4 by NP Sharma, Anonymous, Mistadam, Saurabh Kumar, Anamika Das, Hitendra Kumar, Morning Star, Vardhan Dongre, Arnab Roy, Jyoti Prakash Sahu. So you take, and now g5 with the idea of queen h5, g6 or queen h5, f6. Too many things happening here and white is better. So going back to the game, and I think Anish is frozen here, to the game of Arjun. So after queen d4, bishop b7, bishop f1, as we said, he wants to connect the rooks, but the bishop is very passive on f1. Rook a8 played by Levon, and bishop c3 back. So although this position looks quite better for black, it's not so simple to play it. For example, I was thinking, can we go queen b6 to trade the queens? Just a question. Just a question. Possible, yeah, even this move is possible, and he does it. Wow. Because I think humanly, you are just looking for something that doesn't lead to a checkmate to your king. And so he plays his queen to b6, and he says to Arjun, let's exchange the queens. After this, yes, my chances of winning might not be very high, or maybe if better is to go rook a d1, but even my chances of losing are gone. So I think black is in the driver's seat right now. Levon Aronian is looking sharp. Yes, I'll look at Gukesh's game also, guys, for sure. Anushila Das, who's been member for 20 months. That's right from the start. Thank you so much, Anushila Das. Backer of Indian Chess says, great commentary and all the best to Arjun. Thank you. They will play 4 games today, guys. Arjun and Levon. And the one who scores 2.5 will move to the semi-finals to face the winner of Anish Giri and Jan Sistov Duda. If it is a 2-2 tie, we have a tie breaks then of Blitz, and then again a tie, then we'll have Armageddon. Okay, what is Arjun doing? Arjun has played rook a d1, it seems. Yeah. No, he took and played f4. Okay, interesting. I think Levon is going to enjoy himself here because he can put his knight here, threaten b4, improve his king's position. There's a lot of things he can do. By the way, guys, the tickets to Anish versus Vidit is pinned in the chat, and also we have reached 452 tickets. So yesterday we were at 420 or something. So every day 30-40 people are getting the tickets, and we are hoping that we can reach the number of 1,000 people. Uh, so let's see. The match is still 10 days away, and let's hope. Bishop d5, what a nice move by Levon Aronian. He's just finding harmony in his camp. He wants to get his king to c6 and then maybe even king c5, go for b4. You can see there Levon very pleased with his position, but I think Levon should play this very carefully because getting a lead in this match is a huge thing. Mitul says, Sagar, it's weekdays, so people are less. If it would have been weekend, 1,000 plus. I understand, Mitul. Yeah. But it's in the evening, so I'm hoping that people can take like a half day or something. Harshit Kashyap, it's in Mumbai. The venue is in Phoenix Market City. Arjun's new glasses are a good look, says Pull Out. Nice. How about bishop b4 says Vinayak? I like your move, Vinayak. You want to put your bishop on a good square. I think most likely he will go king c6. And then if I can play bishop e6 and knight d5 and kick your bishop away. But I think bishop e6 comes with its own sense of own trouble, because let's say if you go here, I can take this diagonal somehow. But okay, some moves have happened. He's played f4, bishop d5 and f5. Wonder what Arjun wants to do. Srinidhi, thank you for your super chat. I'm not sure what has he achieved with this pawn push, apart from the fact that these squares are even more weak now. King c6, excellent move by Levon. Levon showing his class, not afraid of rook e7, because he just understands that nothing really is hanging here and the rook can be kicked out soon. So yeah, maybe he stops bishop e6, possible. Olympiad tickets are fully booked for all days, says Naveen Ramkumar. Wow, that is amazing. That is amazing. Such is the interest. Very happy. Who is the sponsor of the death match, says Tarundeep. We haven't found yet. Chessbase India for now. Okay, King C6. What was the best move for Arjun before F5? Maybe Bishop B4, Rook AD1 next. Those seemed like logical moves. F5 was a bit too sort of, um, you know, committal. And now Rook E3. Ah, okay, maybe now you get it, guys. Do you understand what Arjun wants to do? What is his next move here? Yes, it will be streamed. Anish versus Vidit, the on ChessBase India, and the game number of games would be somewhere around 18 to 19 games will be played in the match. Yes, Rook G3. He wants to play Rook either double, or the other one is Rook G3 with the idea of putting pressure here. But I think if you want to go here, maybe he could have gone King C5. How would Arjun have reacted then? Because B4 is a massive threat. What would Arjun have done? How to stop it? Let's say if you go Rook G3, B4. You can't take here because this is hanging. So I think Levon could have done King C5. Maybe he didn't spot it. He goes Knight FD7. That is a small inaccuracy. But I think inaccuracies do happen in games of Arjun mainly because his positions are generally very sharp. And now maybe Arjun can go Bishop B4 and take control of this diagonal. Rook H3 played by... Okay, first questions first. What happens if I take here? What was Levon's idea here anyway, guys? Can you think of it? What was his idea? Why did he give up that pawn? No, not Rook G8, guys, because if Rook G8, you have no threat after that. I just come back and I have snatched a pawn. G2 is well defended by my bishop. So not Rook G8. The idea was to go F6. And you might say, but that doesn't trap the bishop because the bishop can come out from here. Yes, but it traps the bishop from being in the thick of things. And so B4, King B5, and sort of King C5. Black will have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces and these pawns to play on the queen side, while this bishop, which was a key blockader, is blocked out. So that's the reason why F6 was a good move, and I think many of you did spot F6. So good job by Udayan, Anish, Udaya, Amit, Dipesh, Faisal, Hassan, Chespafan, Prem Pranjal, and Yadnesh. The move that was played is Rook to H3. And now, by the way, Rook to H3, the best move there was Knight F6 next. But how do you play that move again when you have already committed? And this might not have been good because then I will take another pawn. So he goes Bishop E4. But now Arjun simply moves in and snatches this pawn, attacking here. Knight D5 played by Levon Aronian. Okay, interesting. He wants to go B4 next. So let's say Arjun takes on G7. B4 is an idea, but then before I go Bishop D4. So what's the point here, guys? What's a good move for black? What is the idea for black here? If Rook G7, Arjun hasn't taken this pawn. Arjun is still thinking at this point after Knight D5. But what if you take? Yes, absolutely correct. A3 is the move. If you take here, I'll take your free bishop. If you take with the rook, I will take and then take the bishop. So A3 suggested by World of Wit, Chess is More Than Fun, Nantha Guru, Neeraj Malvi, and Saurav Chatterjee. Well done, guys. Okay. Coming back to the game, I think Arjun taking his time. He's down to 4 minutes. One of the things that happens when you face Levon Aronian is his time management is amazing. He plays very quickly. But guys, remember that here Bishop G7 can be played by Arjun, and this is what he does. Good move by Arjun Erigesi, because now B4 cannot be played. Your C4 pawn is hanging and the bishop is not defended. Bishop is not there to be attacked. Also, the knight which was defending the C4 pawn has moved away. So Bishop G7 taken. And you can see how Arjun manages to put a lot of pressure on his opponents. by finding all the accurate moves. I think Levon might just take this, but he first goes f6. He's like, I want to cut that bishop out, which is what we discussed, right? Because this bishop, once it is out, black can start pushing. But the problem with b4 is that the c4 pawn hangs. So black is not in a position to push his pawns yet. So will white manage to get his pieces back in good squares like bishop h6, bd2 before black gets king c5 and b4? It's a race out there. It's a big race. Comes out on top. 3 minutes 16 seconds for Arjun Erigesi, 9 minutes 16 seconds for Levon Aronian. And I think we had a very small lag there, but I think we are back. Ooh, he plays rook to h8. Rook h8 played by Arjun, and he's telling Levon, let's exchange the rooks. But in a way, let's just imagine he takes. Bishop is out of play, but no one's going to trap it. The first move that comes to my mind is king c5, because I want to play b4, but b4 is not possible because a4 would hang. And already after g4, maybe it is white who is actually pressing, no? After this, for example, bishop g7, b4. It's quite possible that it's white who is faster. Okay, takes, he's taken on f5 now. Arjun goes h4. Arjun is like, Arey, apna bhi passer hai. We also have a passed pawn. I'm going to push this pawn down the board now. And pawn to h4. What does black do next? I have a feeling that Levon will find this move c3 here. Because after c3, takes, Levon has this two dangerous passed pawns. Although they are not, maybe b4 is a threat then. Oh, he goes bishop to g4. Interesting, he wants to stop this. But time to get your king into action. King f2, bishop e2. Yes, Arjun gets his king out. Bishop e2 on cards. Guys, this is not a draw. Engine is right now at 0.00, but it's far from a draw. Knight comes to c5. Levon wants to look at e4 and d3 square. If Arjun makes a mistake here with bishop e2, that is bad, because now the two knights along with these three pawns are too much to handle with the bishop out of the game. Like, let's say h5, c3, take, b3, h6, b2, rook b1, a3, h7, a2, and black is the one who's reaching faster by one move. You know, it's all a question of this one move. Man, that's why Levon Aronian is sitting there super focused. And one of the reasons why Levon is sitting like this is because he knows that he must play quickly. Time is going to be very important for him. And Arjun plays bishop e2. Now, this might not be the best move in the position. Levon has to take. But Levon can go wrong with knight e4 check. When after king e1, it's slightly better. You know, the knights are well positioned here. Okay, take, black is winning. Black is winning this with b4, but it's not easy to calculate, as we just saw. Arjun would think he would win this position by pushing his pawns. Let's see now, Levon has 7 minutes. Will he think or will he play fast? Oh, Levon has taken both his hands off the mouse and is thinking like this, which means bad news for Arjun. Generally, Levon, once he gets time to think, he's able to come up with the right move. But if he is sort of not careful and makes his moves quickly, he goes wrong. I think it's very tempting to give this check somehow. Because you don't have your king cannot go up. You are pushing the king back. And whenever you push your opponent's king back, you feel this sense of achievement. However, the problem is that after b4, this is hanging. With the knight on c5, this was never hanging. So why to move the knight away? That is the point. 6 minutes 45 seconds for Levon Aronian, 3 minutes 7 seconds for Arjun Erigesi. Suryakant Agarwal in the chat says shut up. What? You can just mute it. Where to watch Gukesh's game? I think we will switch to Gukesh's game after this is over and we will check it out. It is on Leeches and of course it's available everywhere. Janvi Kolipara says, how is Arjun so calm? Well, that is Arjun's secret power. Staying calm, just hanging in there, calculating, breathing. This is what Arjun does the best. Just stay there. Look at how Levon's calculating, guys. Very, very inspiring, very focused, but still, it's not easy to find the right move. What must he be thinking? He must be thinking of knight b3 as one move. He's kept one of his hand on the mouse. What is he going to play? It's a critical moment of the game. Will Levon take? He's not playing. It's the only move to get the advantage. We know it, but does Levon know it? 4 minutes 54 seconds. 3 minutes for Arjun. Just take. d4. I'm just thinking how to defend because threat is really c3. Can I go king d2? Oof. Sorry, knight b3. Fork. Can't go near. Can I go from d1? c3? King c2. I think b3 will be very strong. So I take b3. a3. No, sorry, a3, rook a3. Knight d3. King here. What a mate. Oh, by the way, he's done it. But after taking, he's played this mistake. Arjun, what? He's gone completely wrong. Somehow, he's gone completely wrong. He had to push b4. But after taking, he has played knight to d3. And look at the bar. From -5, it has gone +2. That might be a huge rise. I mean, but what is the winning move here? I can't get it. I mean, you would think of natural moves like h5, right? But oh, there is knight f4 and you lose the pawn. So you don't push h5. You could think of g3, stopping this, but then you are afraid that he will take here, but then you can push the pawn. So I think most natural move for humans is g3, stopping this. But the winning move, guys, and tell me if Arjun can find it, is rook f1. It seems very difficult. Okay, one point is that if you take here, Arjun can push. So Arjun is not afraid of these pawns. His pawn is much faster now. Take, rook f6 check. Next move king d2 and I save it. So, oh, he finds rook f1. What? What, Arjun? Arjun, what are you made up of, man? Rook f1. He finds it. He finds rook f1. No, come on. Come on. Come on. Can't believe it. Like, just got that opportunity and he found it. And I think Levon would be very surprised that his position is suddenly totally lost. He's lucky and talented, says chat. No, guys, this is insane. I thought rook f1, it's like you are under pressure and you want to push the pawn and you see this is a check, so you play g3. With rook f1, you are not solving anything. Actually, you want to take this pawn just. So in a way, it's a very simple move. Like you may say, oh, it's very easy. Why do you think it's so special? It's just because you don't really realize that you have so much time. Like let's say b4, bishop f6, knight f4, king d2. If you take here, I'll take here. Wow, rook f1. What a move by Arjun. Takes on b2, which is very natural. And now he can take this pawn, but will Arjun push h5? Because h5 is the best. And I think right now more important than winning back f6 is to push the h pawn. And I think Arjun can do it. This one seems more natural because getting the queen is more important than just getting a bishop out. Let's say bishop f6 also looks strong actually. He takes on f6. He takes on f6. Now knight d3 is the move that Levon has to play, because then again h5 is not possible for that move because knight f4 and I take the pawn. Yeah, Levon finds knight d3. Game is getting sharp now, guys, with 3 pawns and 2 knights versus rook, 2 pawns and a bishop. Who's going to come out on top is the question. No, I would have been very tensed playing white because, black's moves are pretty natural. b4, a3, b3. But somehow this bishop is so powerfully positioned. My main thing is I want to start pushing the pawns. And by the way, Arjun has less than a minute now. But I'm not able to because of this check. So I can think of bishop g5, but I want this bishop on this diagonal. It's well placed. So there you have to find the move g3. Although it's slow, it helps your h pawn. So g3 is like that dear friend in your life who sort of gives you a ride to the train station or the airport so that you can fly towards your dream. And g3 has been played by Arjun. Arjun realizes that the h4 pawn needed a friend. And now, guys, the only move for Levon to find, because otherwise he will be lost, is to play knight c1. Check. Force the rook away and take this bishop. And you might say, but what if I just move my king? Well, then the knight steps to a better square and goes there. But I doubt if Levon will find knight c1. I mean, very natural is to push this pawns, a3 or b4. I mean, knight c1, rook c1, knight f6. This also is dangerous. But let's see what Levon does. I think Levon is a very tricky, he likes such tactics. He also has 2 minutes on the clock. Will he find it? Because if you push a3, next move is h5. And guys, the main point is that these pawns, although closer to the queening square, are also very well guarded. While this pawn is just a runner. There is no one to stop him. Let's go. Let's go. Levon has 1 minute 36 seconds. Not Gukesh. Arjun has 1 minute 14 seconds. Yeah, it is unnatural. Knight c1 is very tough. I agree. But you can see Levon visibly worried about h5, h6, h7. And once you are worried, you start to think of unnatural moves. You start to think of moves whereby you are able to just sustain and survive. Knight c1, will it happen or not? Look at Arjun. Guys, if you want to learn the art of staying calm, learn it from Arjun. a3 played, not a good move. Let's go with the h pawn. h5, Arjun pushes. Arjun knows that now the game is in his bag, because now, guys, after knight c1, king d1, knight b3, somehow this is winning after a2 and king e2. I don't know why that this was not winning. If you went like, instead of a3, Knight c1, king d1. There was knight e3. And if you took here, knight f1, h5, knight g3, h6, knight e2 check, king here, somehow knight here and knight g6 and draws. But after a3, now knight c1, king d1 has to be played or king d2, both are fine. And now if you go knight e3, takes, knight f1, h6, knight g3, h7, knight e2, king b1, you are not in time, it's queening. Oh, and Arjun finds king d1. What a move. Now knight e3 doesn't work. Knight b3 played. But guys, h6. Arjun's pawn is queening. Knight e3 doesn't help. Knight e3 doesn't help. King e2, you can take the rook. I will make a queen. What a move. Just एक move. He was delayed by one move. A2, push. No, can we push? Can we push? Knight f6. What is happening if I push knight f6? Rook f6 check. King b7 stopping here, by the way. Rook f7, important move. King here and queen. Oh, the queen stops the pawn. Push, push, push. H7, 37 seconds for Arjun to find the move. He pushes. He finds the winning move. He finds it. Arjun so calm and cool and collected. What a player. What a player. He's finding all the moves under pressure. Now not a1 doesn't work because the bishop chops it, and now rook takes king b7, rook f7. He'll find it. He'll find it. King b6 important. Queen. Queen takes, knight takes g4. Our pawn is a passer there. He's going to run to the finish line. These two pawns, very strong, very friendly with each other, connected passers, but cannot go to the queening squares because the king is very well placed. g5, let's go. This Asim Khan says, what super GM stuff is this? I can't even play like this with my engine on. I agree. And Levon there just going back in his chair, shaking his head, saying to himself, what is this guy? Arjun Erigesi, how does he always trick me? Guys, Levon Aronian, one of the best players in the world, they're shaking his head. And by the way, b2 is an important move here coming up. So Arjun can just go rook f2, stop it. Or he can go king d2. That would be also very clean because b2, you go rook f1. Once you control those pawns, you can then push your pawn to queen. But not to hurry with g6 here because then b2 black wins. There's no king c1 or king c2 there. So little careful there. And Arjun, of course, using all his... I'm just very excited to see Arjun's reaction after he wins. Because the calmness he has, the way he's thinking right now is just amazing. So much calmness. Rook f2, good move. Good move there by Arjun. c3, king c1. Because then b2 you can take, king takes. Yeah, king c1. And there he finds it. He finds it. Take with the rook. Take with the rook. Important move. Takes king b2. And then you see Arjun with a smile on his face. The smiles are what I wait for, for Arjun. Those little smiles there. Amazing. What a game played by him. Levon was so much better, actually. He was doing so well, but Arjun there showing his class, showing why he's considered as one of the big talents in the world of chess. And somehow Levon is very upset because he had kind of a risk-free advantage, guys. At this point, when we reached, it was just Levon all over. And there he's checking the evaluation perhaps, and he is unhappy with how he has played. What a game. My heart is still pounding, Meanwhile, it seems like Anish and Duda have started their game. But I must tell you guys that This moment was really the highlight where he played rook f1 and then he found, okay, bishop f6 maybe not the most accurate, knight d3 g3 he found, and here Levon had to play knight c1. We saw that variation where if you go king d2 there is knight b3, king d1 there is knight e3, but a3 h5, finding king d1, playing h6, playing h7, giving a check, giving another check, getting a queen, then keeping your calm to find these little moves, rook f, not g6 guys, finding rook f2, finding king c1, just being so precise. Amazing, right? Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game. Guys, everyone very excited for Gukesh. So let me just go there and see how, where is Gukesh? Broadcasts. PL. Gukesh. Oof. Man, Gukesh is on the king hunt. He's on the king hunt there. Whoa. He's going to win this, it seems to me. No? There we have Gukesh's game on the screen. Gukesh playing with the black pieces. And what is this king? Man, this king is toasted. How to toast him? Queen c1. Okay, rook is hanging. So you can't play queen c2. Your rook will hang. Gukesh beating Nadirbek with black is amazing. King b3 forced, right? What else? No, there's no other move. King b3. And now, how to continue with black? Let's try to think. First of all, there is just one check in the position for white. Like you give this check, I go king g8, there are no more checks. What is the time situation? No, 43 minutes for Nadirbek, 15 for Gukesh. So time situation looks okay there. Yeah, rook d2. Absolutely, guys. Rook d2 seems to be the move. Just attacking the queen, threatening queen c2 mate. It's over. Resign. Khatam. Tata. Goodbye. Queen e4. If he plays queen e4, queen b2, queen b2, king f4, no? Check. King here. And now final move, guys. Find the winning move. 2700, maybe not with this game. If you win, I think he'll get 5 low points. He'll be 2698. Queen d1. Absolutely checkmate. We've reached this game. Actually, we reached it at a moment where it's a forced win for Gukesh. Rook is hanging. You have to go king d3. I might not even be surprised if Abdu Sattarov might resign now. Rook d2. This is a mate. You must come here. Check with the rook. Queen d1. Gukesh wins. But was Gukesh winning at any, like from the start or what? Oh man, Gukesh playing this Sveshnikov. He's very good at it. He used to play it as a little kid. He sacrificed 2 pawns there. Oh, this queen d4 turned into a mistake, huh? But how to even understand that that's a mistake? He found knight e3, queen e3, queen check, king here, check, king f1, rook check, check. Wow, king f8. Finding this move is so tough. Because if you go here, then he has checks and all. So finding king f8 is awesome. Wow, King F8 was too good. Oh, and Abdusattorov resigns. He resigns here after check, and Gukesh has registered another win here. First win for Gukesh, and he's closing in on the 2700 mark. On one hand is Arjun, who's going to beat Levon maybe today, and on the other hand is Gukesh, reaching 2700. 22 Rakshit says 2698.7, that is 2699. Just epic. Meanwhile, Anish Giri and Jan Shistov Duda have started their second game with a nice position for Anish, very solid, full Sicilian type. And two games are going on somehow. Black is totally winning here. Sevian is winning. Samuel Sevian playing amazing tournament. He might win this. Of course, he will win this. Knights protecting each other. Rook can't do much. King will promote this pawn. And Richard Rapport trying to win this endgame. But I think it will be a draw. And Arjun and Levon will come back soon. And Levon is already back. Arjun taking his time. So using all his time there. I'll also set up the score here. So that we can, all those who join here can see the scores. Next game should start in a bit. Sorry guys. I'm a bit confused between. Sorry. What's up, Gukesh, Arjun? Both of them playing so well. Gets confusing sometimes. A lot more confusions coming up for Indian chess in the years to come, while these youngsters perform amazingly. Okay. Anish's score is right now half, and he's playing this position. I like his position overall, but I don't think he can push d5. Yeah, just should be wrong. Take, queen takes, knight c4 and knight d6. Doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. So Anish makes a waiting move h6. He's just going to play it solid. Meanwhile, Sevian facing some issues to what? Draw? How? King b1 here. b2 is a draw. Rook c6 is a draw. How can this be a draw, guys? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Look at Sevian there on the top left and Wei on the bottom right. I mean, Sevian, of course, thinks he can win this, but how? Like if you move your king out, I give you a check. If you take this pawn, I take your, and then I go here. Okay, let's say for example, king c2, check, attack, check. Oh man, rooks are so irritating. Rooks are so irritating. Okay, he played king c2. No, what did he do? He's reached this position again. Ghuma fira ke. Oh, Yadhum Dora Urai says Raunak is also playing well, can win the tournament in Benask. Rook here. Manasvi, there will be 4 games today. And in case of 2-2 tie, we'll go into tie breaks, blitz tie breaks. 2 blitz games. And in case of that also ending in a tie, we will have an Armageddon. This is a nice move because it kind of checks both the knights and says, भाई तू नहीं हिलेगा, तू मरेगा. अगर तू हिलेगा तो तू मरेगा. So king is like, अच्छा ठीक है मैं निकलता हूं तो तेरे को चेक मिलेगा. So it's a very, this one rook, if you find a rook like this in your life, hang on to him. He's a real worker, working very hard, attacking here, checking here, controlling the pawn. Knight g3, मार दो. Check. King c2. Check. So guys, at this point of time, I think this is what is happening. We have Arjun, who is winning here, like doing very well. Then we have Prag, who is doing really well in Parachin. Then we have Arjun, Nihal is not playing. Raunak, who is playing well in Benask. Gukesh, who is doing well in BL. Nihal, I think, is right now not playing anything. So all Indian youngsters doing very well. In fact, there will be more who are playing other events and performing amazingly well. Surya Ganguly, yeah, he would be playing at in the BL Masters, not Grandmasters section, but Masters. Yeah, imagine all of them playing in the same team. Yeah, exactly. I think Team B is something that people are going to look forward to, India B team. And I think you guys are aware of the players who are in the B team. Meanwhile, we have the game between Arjun and Levon, which has begun, the second game. And this game will end in a draw between Wei and Sevian. I think it has already ended in a draw. So let's go to the second game. Arjun now has black pieces and it starts with e4, c5, knight f3, e6, c3, knight to f6, attacking the pawn on e4, e5, knight d5, d4, c takes d4, c takes d4, d6, bishop c4, bishop e7, castles, queen e2, knight to c6, rook d1, queen to c7, and now knight a3 played in the position. I think knight b5 is a threat, so we can stop it with a6. Nice position for Arjun, by the way, in the opening, and it's Alpine Sicilian, e4, c5, c3. And black has nothing to worry about here. a6 played. Sarthak Rastogi says Arjun versus Levon is a timeless classic. These guys always battle it out. Chirag Shah, what's the difference between BL Masters and BL GMs? BL GMs is a triathlon, which means you play three different events: blitz, rapid, and classical. And whoever scores most number of points between 8 players becomes the champion. While a grandmaster, like master tournament, there is no such thing. It's just an open event and with many players playing, and it's a Swiss league tournament. B5 played there by Arjun. Who knows, maybe this is still preparation for Arjun, the speed at which he's playing. B5. Somehow for players like Arjun, these decisions are very easy, whereby you give up this and you can put your bishop here. I mean, I would be a little afraid, but it's not so difficult for them. You know, they take these decisions easily. B5. Why is Nihal not playing recently? I think he played something recently. Takes on D5. Okay, ED5, Rook C1 happened, by the way. So my fear was not totally unfounded. I think, guys, Nihal played which event? The last event that Nihal played, he played this tournament, no? This, some, in Armenia. Yeah, that, I think his health wasn't the best. From that point onwards, he's not played much. I don't know if he's playing anything else before the Olympiad. I don't think now there's much time left. We had a few more super chats, so let me just have a look at that. Messages. I think I missed it while commentating. Arhan Maknochia says, you have more than decent knowledge about chess. Why don't you participate in these tournaments? Big fan, by the way. I can't participate in these tournaments because it's not just like I understand chess, but many of the moves that I suggest are after looking at the engine. And if I was not thinking with an engine, I would not be finding these moves at such speed. It would take me a lot of time. By the way, Queen B7 played by Arjun, not the best. Better would have been to take this knight, but you don't want to give up your bishop. But say if I play this, it already looks pretty okay. So my question to you guys is bishop e6 playable here? Maybe it is. You know, knight c2 with the idea of knight d4, then he can play queen b7. But Arjun playing queen b7 first. Now Levon goes knight c2. He wants to put his knight on d4. We had a super chat from Hitesh Dubey, who's retracted his message, so missed it. Supriya Kapas, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Thank you so much. We have Rayan Mohammed, member for 4 months, says, will you be coming to the Olympiad? Yes, Rayan, I will be coming to the Olympiad. I'll see you there. Mohammed Athar Jawait says, keep up the good work. Thank you, Mohammed. Who else? Yeah, I think I covered all. Siddharth says, hi Sagar, the next time you meet two grandmasters, can you ask them to play with each other without boards or pieces? Yes, I will do that. Next time I'll meet them is on 26th, Anish and Vidit, and the first game that they will play is blindfold chess. And they will play without a board. And I'm very excited for that game. How that will, they will wear that blindfold, sit there. Arey, maza hi aa jayega. Manan Shah says, Sagar bhai, yesterday you said that you would review my games. Arey Manan, I asked after the stream, go and check. You vanished. You were tired, it seems. Sarthak Rastogi, what is the best way to make direct contributions to some players? Maybe a Patreon or a PayPal. We have a foundation, so maybe a direct transfer there would be possible. Help Chess Foundation. So, I mean, I can put the link of the article where it has work done by Help Chess, and below it is all the details you need of the bank account and everything. And you can send it there, and you can at the end send us an email on chessbaseindia@gmail.com saying that this money is for so and so purpose. Okay, bishop e6 played. This is a very calm position for now. I'll talk about it. The Wolfie guy says, how is Arjun able to beat players like Levon and others and Vidit could not? Yeah, it's also something that is very surprising for me, that Arjun manages to beat these players with such alarming consistency. But it's also that this format maybe suits him just perfectly. It is rapid, he's very quick, he takes these decisions, he's calculating amazingly well. That being said, whenever he's played classical chess until now, he's played really well. I think it will be very important for Arjun to play in super tournaments in classical format, where he gets to play against these world class opponents in a longer time control. And that he's already booked one for himself by winning Tata Steel Challenger. So he will play Tata Steel Masters next year in 2023. But will he get more opportunities? And this is where I think, guys, we need to really think about getting more super tournaments for these youngsters, because playing one or two super tournaments a year is not going to help them speed up their progress. They need more. They need to face more strong opponents. These tournaments need to happen. Now, for example, this Chessbase India Originals tournament, which is happening in India right now with Anish and Vidit, that itself, in order to organize it itself, takes a lot of organizational effort, costs, lot of coordination. And in order to do an event like these for regularly in India, it would take a lot of cost. But if something like this starts, a lot of our young talents get opportunities, it would be amazing. This is, I think, the need for them to improve, to get more classical events, because finally the candidates, the world championship, everything is in classical format. But okay, now rook h3, rook c8, bishop g5. So Levon does something which is very typical for the side that is fighting against two bishops. He says that I will exchange one of the bishops so that your other bishop remains not so good. And I think this, although the engines give it as around equal, I would say it's much easier to play as white. You put your knight on d4, you have this rook very well positioned, this is slightly weak, this c5 square is slightly weak. I like his position, and for Arjun to kind of defend this is not going to be easy. Good move. Good move by Arjun. See, again, he's able to just understand that his position is getting tough and not make moves like rook f d8, which is just a kind of a soulless move. Because after take and knight d4, this is just risk-free edge for white. Beautiful knights defending each other, controlling the center. Bad bishop. But with this bishop f5, he's like, okay, sorry, look at bishop f5. He's like, I want to put my bishop on e4. Maybe capture this. So let's say if you take here on e7, queen e7, knight d4, knight d4, knight d4. And now, guys, what is it that Arjun has planned here? Man, this is just amazing. Come on. We have seen this theme in Gelfand versus Anand recently. Gelfand Anand. We have a super chat here by Sanskar who says, Why there is so much difference in Olympiad ticket price for men and women? 3K versus 300. Will we be able to get pictures with players during Olympiad? I doubt that you would be able to get pictures with players. Maybe you can take pictures, perhaps. Even that is not sure, but yeah, getting pictures with players, maybe more like if you are players are entering through the venue somewhere, you should be able to sort of meet them and take pictures there. But there might be some COVID protocols to take care of. So not very sure. I guys, I'm not so sure about the Olympiad ticket pricing. This happened. This happened. Guys, ये हो गया. ये हो गया. I can't believe this happened. I was just asking all of you, and you guys mentioned Bishop H3. So amazing, guys. So amazing. By the way, you could also start off with Rook C1, and Bishop H3 for all those who have said. But Arjun, so accurate. Bishop H3. Because if you take, I give you a check, and then I take on C1, or you can start with Rook C1 first, which is more accurate. Take, and check, and I win this rook. मैन कैसा खेलता है ना, मतलब यार काश मैं ऐसे खेल सकता. लाइक सीरियसली आई हैव नेवर फेल्ट लाइक सो मच. चेस पे वो जो पकड़ रहता है ना, स्क्वायर्स पे पकड़, दैट इज व्हाट अर्जुन हैज. Bishop e7, queen e7, like what was that in Mahabharata, right? The character of Arjun, he was very good with bow and arrow, right? That he would always hit the arrow at the aim, like वो जो निशाने पे. Same way Arjun on the chessboard just always finds those little tactics. Okay, I mean, of course there'll be exceptions, and then you guys will say commentators curse and all of that, but just because here was a moment where I thought he was getting into some kind of a positional bind, and he saw tactics, and those tactics were hidden, and he spots them. Like, how does he do it? He sees this, and the point is, you are looking here, you are also, as Aronian, you are looking here, but Arjun is also looking there. Queenies. No, come on. Come on. This is just phenomenal chess. ठीक है. Yes, Chess D, we saw his game. Gukesh beating Abdul Sattarov, now reaching 2698. Yes, Aditya Bhopal, it happened in Vichy Gelfand also. So this theme of bishop taking on h3, followed by queen moving in and looking at the c1 square, is something that chess players would, if you are a very advanced chess player, you will talk like this. H3 and c1 squares are somehow related, and then some beginner will be like, ye kya baat kar rahe? What are they talking about? How is h3 and c1 related? And then you'll be like, oh, it happened in Gelfand, Anand, and also Aronian versus Arjun. It's like how these sort of crypto enthusiasts talk about crypto and something which many of us cannot understand. Nitish Agarwal, thank you so much for your super chat. Rahul Pawar says, let's have a Arjun versus Levon as the next Chess Base India death match. Though I don't like the name death match. Okay. But yeah, it's a good. I was thinking a few more like Nihal Nakamura, Arjun, Levon, Pragnananda Carlsen. Could be some very exciting. I think Gukesh is yet to start a rivalry with someone, right? Where we are counting scores. Or is there? With someone. Okay, he goes queen to h4. Puts his queen on a good square. Somewhere, do you think that Levon is getting a bit impatient here? Like he might be thinking, man, What should I do to beat this guy? Do Carlsen Nepo से सानिध्य श्रीवास्तव. Carlsen Nepo अगर हम ही कर देंगे तो फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कैसे होगा? Mukul Hemraj says, I can come to Chennai for 1 day. So which round number according to you will be best? Very difficult to say. Oh, why is Anish laughing? What is happening? Why is Anish laughing here? Did he trick Duda? Look at this. Duda was totally winning. And look at Anish drinking water there and enjoying himself. B4 was a mistake because of take, queen at 7. Wow, what an escape, man. Check, queen e4. And Duda is so... Man, this has to be like some next level stuff. Sacrificing 2 rooks to give check. Ooh. Anish Giri saving him. You know, guys, you always speak about Anish drawing his game and all of that, but this is next level stuff. He's kind of cut out the white queen this side. Now he's giving checks there. King f2, check. Shashank says for some reason Gukesh has not been invited to other CCT events. Yeah, I think Gukesh has preferred, or maybe he's not invited, I'm not sure, but he's played more over the board events. That's also the reason why he's Anish drinking water and making moves. Okay, draw hai ye to. And that, man, Duda is so upset there. He's so upset. Okay, Anish. You can close the bottle now. It's like he's enjoying the water there. I think both players, chess players are like these people who are waiting for their results after exam. The moment the game ends, they quickly check the computer where they went wrong or right. And we always say, please don't check the engines after your game, analyze your game without an engine and stuff like that. But for the super GMs, they can't wait to check. They've done all this, analyze without an engine and stuff like that in their life. So now they want to just know what was the truth in the position. Okay, great save by Anish there. Score is 1-1. F4, G6. Here, Queen H4, threatening Bishop G4 by Arjun. Rook C1 played by Levon. And Bishop D7. Nice move. Bishop just standing here. I think you can't play Rook C7, can you? Check, King H2. Maybe, guys, this is a cool move here. So if you take here, I have a check. You can't play Queen H3. I take with a check and then take this. And if you go back, this is over. Again, these are little tactics to see, guys. See, chess is not filled with only mate in ones and mate in twos. If your opponent comes here and if you can find a move like this, you're already a very good player because you have spotted that this is a mate. So you then don't back out here with a move like Bishop C8 and stuff like that. You play the more active move. Okay, Queen F2 played. Oh, Arjun didn't exchange queens, which is a surprise because he could have exchanged queens with Queen F2, King F2 and Rook C8, and he has a nice position there. But he goes Queen E7 and Queen G3. Oh, we have Joy. Here, hello Joy, how are you? After a long time. Joy says, hi Sagar, how are you doing? Not able to follow the live streams that much. Keeping up with all the brilliant things that these young champs are doing through CBI Insta page and shorts. Always a pleasure to listen to you live. Thank you, Joy. Joy, are you coming to Mumbai for the death match? It would be wonderful to have you between Anish and Vidit. Or are you coming to the Olympiad? They also want to be ready for the next round in 5 minutes. There's Sachin and learn from their previous game. I think one is like wanting to know what happened is inquisitiveness, and trying to be prepared for the next game is just a very wise thing to do. Somehow Levon wants to still fight on. Like he can exchange and play this position because his bishop is not so good. But I think he wants to just keep the pieces on the board. Dhairya Kumar, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Kramnik's Olympiad story says Daksh. Daksh, that is episode number 6 in Sarvanan's series. Yeah, Levon always is up on time. That's his forte. He plays very well. He uses his time very well. Rutvik, first of all, the bar is showing small edge for black because Arjun is a pawn up. But on the other hand, why is white still in the game is because this bishop is slightly worse. And this knight is very good. This knight is very strong on d4. It can't be moved away by any pawn. Also, the bishop cannot attack it. So all in all, it's not very easy to play as black here. And you can see that Arjun is making these moves h5. I think Arjun could have gone b4 and trying to activate the bishop from b5. That was possible. But he goes h5 here. I'm a bit worried about f5 coming at the right moment and putting pressure there. Joy says, I had 4 tickets to the match. 3 I have given away. 1 still kept with me just in case. Might surprise you. Arey. Very nice. Thank you so much for, I think Joy bought some tickets and then has given it to some people who could not spend for it. So that is amazing. Or maybe he just gave it to his friends. Yeah, very cool. Mayur Panchal, if you just type Chessbase India Premium Chess Set, it's there. It's on the shop. You can check it out. I mean, just write on Google, but it's on chessbase.in. If you go to the website on online shop, you will find it. By the way, b4 played here. Just what about bishop g4 now? I think this just activates the bishop. That's why he played h5. I think Levon is somehow not in his element because now bishop g4. Let's say you go rook d2 and then queen b4. I mean, somehow Levon wanted to take here. Levon wants him to take here and then enter the position like this, threatening f5 and stuff. Maybe that is his plan. That's why he's played b4, tricky chess. But what about bishop g4? Rook d3. Now if you take, the queen cannot enter. Maybe you can go queen here. Okay, it's possible. He goes bishop g4. Arjun. I don't think Arjun's going to leave this opportunity. Where does Levon move his rook now? I don't think you can play rook b1, guys, because then this rook swoops in, hits the knight, hits the pawn. Wow. Man, he goes rook d3. Okay. Now, shall we take it? Okay. Think about it this way. If we take this pawn, we are 2 pawns up. So completely better. But the only thing to worry about is your king. Oops, your king here. And how can white attack it? By trying to enter here. And you can't stop it with the queen, right? Because you can't come back. We want to play queen f8 to defend, maybe queen f6, queen here. But already queen takes a6 makes it difficult. So maybe this is what Levon is thinking about. And that is why Arjun is slightly apprehensive to take this pawn. Because his queen is doing a good job of defending the king and the dark squares around it. The moment you go, it's like the moment you get into your professional life, your personal life suffers. So the queen right now is in some kind of a, she's not very happy. She wants to take here. She wants to go. She wants to progress. She's afraid about the king. So the king says to the queen, go. Ja, Simran, जी ले अपनी जिंदगी. And so the queen goes. But then the queen comes in here and the king is like, oh my god, I'm alone. The queen is like, but aapne to bola ja जी ले अपनी जिंदगी. And so the king has to now protect itself alone. And then the pawn comes. And then the game becomes weird and completely aggressive. Let's see what happens. Maybe rook c4 you want to play, but then a3. Once the rook comes here and a3, he's kind of safe. So I think for Arjun right now, it's a matter of this is that moment where Arjun has to show his kind of courageous self and take the pawn. But he plays king h7. You see, he was a bit afraid, and Levon. These are these little swindles that Levon does. Although his position is not like winning or something, he's improved it in some way. So this move b4 was a typical Levon swindle, but I wouldn't say that it was very easy for Arjun to decide, because even after, let's say, king h7, it's still scary. f5, if you take here, suddenly queen comes in, knight f5 is a threat. So you can't really just play that way. Now, Arjun goes rook c4. Arjun is like, I will manage my personal life and I will also kill it in the professional life. Oops, sorry. Rook c4. Now plays his rook up. Harshit Pandey says, Sagar bhai can be a great motivational speaker with these OP analogies. Arey, thank you, Harshit. Rakshank says, thanks for the coverage, Sagar. I think these one-day knockouts have made matches interesting and probably younger guys have more chance with this format. I think what Champions Chess Tour is trying to do always is improve upon the format so that there is more excitement. By the way, Queen A7 played. Wow. I mean, Arjun thought the knight has to move. But look at Levon's move. What a move by Levon. I can't still understand. What? Take? What is the move here, guys? What is the trap that Levon has set? Look at Levon there. He knows he's trapped, somehow mini trapped Arjun. What's the move that Levon had prepared here? I agree with you, Rakshang, that here it's much more exciting. No, this is just amazing bit of trappy chess played by Levon. He's showing some high quality resourcefulness, and I think he needs it to beat Arjun here. Yes, well done, guys. You all are also very strong. Soham, Luan, Mikhail Tal, Pro Gamer, Himanshu, Akshat, Monil, Rahul, Saurabh, AK. By the way, guys, the one who has given the answer first, Soham Kamotra, is the national under 18 champion of India, and he's the highest rated player from Jammu Kashmir. A very nice soft spoken guy. You can check out his interview on Chess Base India where he shows one of his games, beautiful game in the spirit of Anatoly Karpov. By the way, d4 rook is pinned. You can't move the rook, you will lose an exchange. So this is not something that Arjun wants. So Arjun plays his queen up. I think he's losing a bit of control here. maybe queen e7 is the idea. Also, one of the things that I've understood about Arjun by looking at these games, which we have seen almost now 16 of them, is that he, you know, we think of chess, at least I used to think of chess as a continuing tale. What do I mean by that? Is like I make e4, so I control the center, then I bring my knight out, knight f3, then my other knight comes out to c3, then d4. So I'm like continuing a story. And then, oh, I'm better, I'm slightly better, slightly worse. That story goes on, oh, I have an advantage here and attack something. But with Arjun, what I've seen is that he can snap into that present moment. He's like, oh, the story is there in the game, but what's happening at this moment? I have a tactic. Oh, this is hanging. He snaps into that present moment and he's able to spot things. That's why he turns around positions very quickly. By the way, now f7 is hanging, so you have no time to take this, because if you take it, it's a draw. Take, check, king h8, king, queen f8, check, 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 draw. So now I was thinking if we could go bishop e6, but I don't like this move. Clearly this is a horrible move. Can you find the winning move for white? Just so that you are, I want to see how tactically aware you are. f5. Beautiful. Well done. Well done. Amol, Chesdi, Shreya, Madhusudan, Mikhail Tal, Om Shri, Soham, Paras, Kunal, Tejas. And if you take here, sorry, bishop f5, queen f7. And if you take here, the idea is, of course, rook h3. The rook enters. And by the way, you don't have even time to take here because of fe6. And this time, you can win a rook, but boom, a queen on the board. So careful. Oh, by the way, I think they have agreed to a draw. Here, I mean, to continue the fight, he could have gone king g7. But I think Arjun didn't want to continue here. Maybe he didn't like it. Maybe he didn't like his position. Also, he has 1 point lead in the game, so he decided let's continue. I mean, let's just draw the game. Bhagyashri Kaduskar says, member for 11 months, backer of Indian chess. Hope to meet many of you in Chennai. Oh, nice. Departing Bangalore on 28th. Fantastic. I'll see you there, Bhagyashri. Sometimes people come to me like, and they say, so do you recognize me? I watch your stream. And I'm like, what's your name? And he'll say something like, oh, my name is Kalpak Raut, or something like that. And like, oh, yes, you message so much. And then someone will come like, oh, I'm the real Sagar Shah. And I'm like, oh, you give the answers all the time. So in that way, I think I know many of you by names, calling out your names with chat chess moves so many times. By the way, a draw incoming here, and good result for Arjun. A solid draw with the black pieces there. And with this, he moves to 1.5. He needs only one more point to seal this match in 2 games. Will he manage to do it, or will Aronian strike back? We will see. For now, the scores are 1.5. All About Filmography says, when will you become GM? Well, you are the best IM I have ever watched, but I want to know, do you want to become GM or not? All About Filmography, I myself am not sure about that, but I hope that someday I will be able to play chess again, and competitive chess. But as I said, for me, chess is more about the process rather than just the result. I really enjoy the process of preparing, being in top shape, just like how Arjun is right now. Top shape, finding all the tactics, preparing openings, top of your game. He's a professional chess player. He spends 7 6 7 hours every day. By the way, what is Jan Sistov Duda doing? He's like, in order to beat Anish Giri, I have to go like completely bonkers. I must play like b6 is such a now could be such a bad move if Anish goes d4. Suddenly the bishop on b7 is not doing so well. And yes, maybe you can play it this way, but I think Duda is like Anish goes d4, by the way. I need to play such risky chess. Can you show Anish's score? Okay, I'll also add Anish's score here so that you guys can also know what he is up to. Anish 1, Duda. Antim Bodana says, what do they prepare for 6 7 hours? Please elaborate. Okay, c4. Beautiful move by Anish. Playing well in the opening. If you take, I think he'll give a check. Knight d7. He will pick up this pawn. And if you are careless enough to play knight f6, game over, guys. LPDO. What's the winning move here? Find the winning move for white. Tanmay says, how do you plan to manage both commentary and interviews in Olympiad? Well, I will plan to do some interviews after the games are done, after my commentary session. But there will be other members of ChessBase India team there. There will be Aditya, Shahid, Abhyudaya. So I'm sure also Avatanshu, who's very good at interviewing, and he will have some very interesting ideas there to interview players. So I'm sure there will be like a balance. Amruta would be there. I also sometimes Amruta would be commentating. I could go out and interview few players and so on. ओम प्रजापति सागर भाई पहचाना मेरे को सिर्फ हाँ सुनना है. Om, now I need to see your face. From your picture, it's not very clear. But did you come to ChessBase India Club? Okay, by the way, this is what I think. Sorry, there was a small disconnection there. And well, all those who gave the right answers, I called out their names. Amol, Divyansh, Aaron, Harsh, Ashish, Manish, Chess is Fun, Aditya, Pro Gamer, and Chess D. Well done. Okay, in the game, this has not happened. In the game, after knight f6, take castles, rook e1, knight c3, e4. Oh, what a position for Anish. Like, Anish is just enjoying this position. He's yawning his way to a great position. And Duda shaking his head. He's like, no, this is not what I wanted. I wanted a complex position. And this is one thing which you don't see Anish doing ever. You know, Anish will not ever get into such positions and sort of, wing it. But Duda does it. And you can see he's not happy. But then why did you play this? I think this is what you wanted, right? Jan Sistov Duda. You wanted such a position. By the way, if Anish wins and Arjun wins, we are in for a treat tomorrow. Anish versus Arjun. Knight a6 played. And I think you don't want to touch these two pawns right now. Like if you play d5, somehow knight gets c5 square. If you play e5, knight gets d5 square. So maybe bishop f4 or bishop g5 makes a lot of sense. But Mohammad Uzair, why the desperation? The score is 1-1. He can continue playing. Chirag Shah says, can we look at Rapport game? Yep. Rapport versus Jeffrey Xiong. Wow, what a position. Looks like Jeffrey has good chances. And Samuel Savian, after sort of drawing that better position, has come back and beaten Wei. Wow. Amazing. Sankesh says how to participate in chess-based rapid tournament in Kurla. The link is in the pinned message. Please check it out. And you can buy the tickets from there. One thing which we wanted to ensure is that you don't just play the tournament. You have to play the tournament and also attend the show. So when you buy a ticket, you can buy just the show, or you can buy show plus tournament. You can't just buy the only tournament ticket. I think you are right, Chesdy. I think Duda was just so upset with his miss last round. Just guys, I want to just show you that amazing bit of stuff that Anish did. I think it was a kind of supernatural, yeah, what he did there. So we were looking at this position, and Anish slowly went into a minus situation. So white piece is just so well placed. And Duda moved around a bit here and there, won a pawn, completely winning. It's like +9. Today, if Anish wins, we will call him on stream. Yesterday, he wanted to come, but he said that he had to go out. But look at this. Look at this position, guys. This was just totally winning. He has almost like 3 extra pawns here. And then this happened. First, Anish took 1 pawn. Okay. He took here check, check, check. He gave some checks, b4. And now Anish finds this. Take, queen at 7. And he sees that there's no time to take these pawns. And if he gives check, I can keep moving here. So there's no time for another piece to enter. And he's threatening to take here. So he plays rook h3. And now again finds the only move here, Anish. Queen e4. What a move. To give a check. I mean, this is a mate first of all. Check, check, check. Took the rook. Check, check. The queen is just so powerful. It keeps checking, and it actually took. Maybe Anish could have also gone into this queen endgame, but he's like, why to go into such stuff? And he just checked his way out. Nice. This should go into this great defensive games. D says we want a video on chess base because Anish found that in like 10 seconds. Really, D. Wow. I have those expressions of Anish where he's laughing and drinking water. So we'll use that and then we will analyze this. Nimbus 2000 Arjun का गेम अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है. 2 गेम हुआ है. Third game will start in maybe 5 minutes or so. Pradeep Singh says, pretty sure Anish will lose the match in the end. I'm unsure about that. Because first of all, his position is brilliant. If there was something called as picture perfect, this one might be it. Beautiful position. For Duda, it's very difficult to even make a move. Like, let's say if you go c5, I mean d5 just looks crushing. It's a very powerful pawn there. So he goes queen e7, but now d5 should be played, yeah? Somehow Duda is not happy with something happening in the background. Maybe there's some sound, maybe some noise coming there. A3. Okay, rook to D8. Shashank says you should caption the video when AG's Char Aane Ka trap works. I think it was much deeper than Char Aana, yeah? At least Bar Aana. Very nice trap. Okay, Anish playing A3 is just very solid. Rook D8 by Duda is also making sense because now maybe C5, there's no D5. You might lose that one. So if you go, let's say, maybe he'll go B. Oh, he's playing against C5. But let's say if he went H4, sorry, H4, C5, D5, you can still play it, right? Because this is yeah, B4 is just taking it a bit too far because now C5, what's your plan? Like what? Maybe take. But then why did you have to play B4 if you're anyway going D5? Okay. Sometimes when I read the chat, take a last few messages, look at this. I get so confused. Like, see, Sagar, why do top players get nervous when they are playing tournaments like candidates or any other tournaments? After knight g5, he can just defend with his rook. Then why it's bad move? Next comment. Today's format. Then, hi, please make a video on etiquette of overboard professional chess. Next message. Arjun going to play e4 and then Rui Lopez. And so you get so many things happening. So every time someone writes, I'm like, okay, I'll answer this. But then I read the next question. I'm like, oh, I have to answer this. Sometimes following the live chat is not easy. C5, good move by Duda. He's fighting back. Take. I think he'll take. Oh, he takes with the knight. That's smart. Queen c2. So now you're threatening to take because earlier the queen was pinned here. The pawn was pinned. Oh, what? What? Why? Duda getting desperate. Rook c8, queen b1. Or queen e2, queen d3, takes. Okay. Anish is better for sure. He has two pieces. Oh, he's taken another pawn. Okay, that's interesting now. Now, long term, Duda is better. Two pawns can move down the board. But short term, Anish can attack h4. By the way, game has started between Arjun and Levon. So let's get there. Oh, Arjun going for this very solid line c4, dc4. Last time he played e4. But this time he goes knight f3, knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, a6, castles c5, d takes c5, bishop c5, queen d8, king d8. And this is the position. ईशान शर्मा से सागर भाई कल सीए फाइनल का रिजल्ट है, बहुत टेंशन हो रही है. कल तो गाइस, tomorrow I'll wait for all your messages. as to who did how. If you clear it, that's great. But if you don't clear it, no big deal, yeah. Another attempt always. So don't take tension. Knight e5 played by Arjun, because there are moves like rook d1 here. There is a3, I think. There's b3, but knight e5 I have not seen. Maybe the idea is to go knight c4. How come so many chess players end doing CA? That's true, Mr. ZX Chucks. I don't know. There are a lot of people in our chat doing CA. Okay, let me check in our chess base as to whether this is played before or not, because I'm a bit interested as to how many times this has happened. Take knight f3, knight f6, e3, how do I do? A6, right? Bishop c4, c5, dc. No, sorry. A6 is not played. E6. Bishop c4, c5, dc. Bishop c5, queen d8, king d8. Isn't this the position, or am I just missing out? No, a6 has been played, and castles also has happened. Okay. So I'm making just I have to add two more moves here. So a6, castles, c5, dc, bishop c5 takes, bishop e2, 324 games, king e7, 265 games, and knight e5, 42 games here. Okay, and many strong players have played it. Wesley So, Ivanchuk, Shirov, MVL, Grishchuk, Kramnik. Oh, Kramnik also. Anish has played everywhere. There is Anish. Anish is everywhere. Man, how many games has he played in his life? Anyway, let's go back to the game and see how this is going. Knight e5, knight pd7, knight to c4, and a5 played. Maybe Levon still in his prep somehow. I think 95 idea was just that, to keep an eye on these squares on b6 and a5. So once the knight settles on a5, it's quite a irritating piece. You can't hit it with b6, it jumps to c6 and stuff like that. So a5, Chris Raj says, boldly claiming this might end in a draw. No, I think we are far from a draw here. We are far from a draw. Meanwhile, guys, very quickly, checking Anish Giri's game, you see his understanding here, very appropriate, is that after black has won this pawn and has two passers, it's very important for him to hit on the king side. And that's why he played h4, and after queen a4, he went rook d2. Imagine that in such a position, just as an example. Okay, I'm just giving this as an example. Like you take, and we reach here. Here, black is completely fine. The reason is that now there is no attack. So these two pawns are actually pretty strong. And in fact, although it says equal, I would even say that black's play is easier in this position than white's. But because the queens are still on the board, this king is not going to feel safe. h5, knight e5, this pawn becomes slightly weak. Rachit says, Pranav, we outplayed a GM at the end of in the end game at Parachin Open in round 7. Wow. Okay, Queen C6. Now you guys know. So this cannot be done, right? This will not be done unless you are getting something big in return. Okay, here I think Anish might opt for this if he sees that there is some tactics that is helping him. But I think he should not fall for it. I mean, he should not go for it. He should just put his queen back here. Meanwhile, guys, oh, look at this. Something has happened. Wow. G5 by Levon. Levon says, I need to beat Arjun. How do I do it in such a position? Let's go, G5. And I think Arjun could have gone G3, G4, Bishop G2 here. But Arjun said, I will play Knight C3, G4, and now Bishop D1. Why not Bishop E2? Bishop D1. And Levon finds a good move, B6. And after Knight A4, he finds another good move, Bishop A6. So if I take, maybe not Bishop C4, right? Because Bishop C4, Knight D7, you might have to take on D7, because if Bishop F1, White is better after Knight F6. So Knight C5, or BC5, this is hanging. If B3, maybe A4, and black position looks pretty good. Wow. And Levon putting pressure there. Prashant says, why did Levon exchange queens if he wants to win? I think Levon doesn't feel that without queens he cannot win. Also, if you see in the previous round, he exchanged the queens. He was better in that game. Even now, you see he has very good chances. Okay, if you play Bishop E2, playable, no? Bishop here, A3, Bishop D6. The small subtlety is awesome, huh? Bishop B4, forcing A3. Why not direct Bishop D6? Can anyone tell me why Bishop B4, A3, and then Bishop D6? Anyone in the chat? है कोई यहाँ पर जो ये आंसर बता सके? Aryan says Levon feels he's a better endgame player than Arjun. Possible. Not A3 for knight. To not stop knight A3, guys. To get the A3 square for the bishop. So here, if you play Bishop B4, A3, Bishop D6, B3 and the bishop can't come here later after Knight D6. But if you play BD6 directly, then I can play B3. And if you play, let's say, Rook C8, can already take, and my bishop can come out here and give you a check. That's a very subtle move, forcing, because in such positions when the king is on E7, this dark squared bishop wants to go here. Forcing A3 is a big victory for you. And that's exactly what Levon is doing. After B3, he plays Bishop B4 and he's telling Arjun, Arjun, please play A3. But now I think for Arjun, who is a very tactically oriented player, he will have two choices. One is, by the way, a big threat now is B5, right? To win this fork the two knights with the pawn. So for Arjun, one move is to start thinking about tactics. Take. If you play Rook B8, I come back. I have won a pawn. At the very least, this should be fine. So you start calculating bishop f1. Okay, knight a8 you must take. Otherwise, if you play king f1, you are exchanged down after rook a b8. So you take knight a8, bishop b5, knight c7, bishop d3. Playable, yeah. Arjun should, and look at this. This is where I say, this is where I say present moment. Did you guys hear what I had mentioned in the last game when I was saying that Arjun and many of these young players, they play chess not as a continuing story. They play as chunks, like, okay, opening. I would, if I was white, I would start thinking, I think I did something wrong here. Bishop a6. Oh, I have to play b3. Yeah, I don't like my position. Arjun is like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, let's look at this position. Is there anything happening? Can I take this pawn? Let's see. Oh, nice tactics. Badhiya, badhiya. It's a very important sort of life lesson, being in the moment, being in the present moment. Let's imagine that tomorrow you wake up and your day doesn't start off well. For example, you forgot the alarm to put the alarm, or you snoozed the alarm and you then didn't wake up. You're like, oh, I should have woken up at 10 a.m. Oh, sorry, 8 a.m. and now it's 10 a.m. and I've already spoiled it. So you are like taking that day as a continuing story. You're like, oh, my morning didn't go well. Now my day is not going to go. But if you're like Arjun, you'll be like, oh, it's 10 a.m. Fine. What's happening now? Nice. Breakfast. Okay, let me have breakfast. Oh, I can now watch Chess Base India video. Oh, there's a nice video. Let me click on it. Enjoying it the day. And the day begins, that. Too many Sandeep Maheshwaris, yeah, on the stream. Sagar, there's a thread on our chess where a user said they reached out to you via email to aid supporting Bella's child. Not sure if you saw that already. I haven't seen it on Reddit, but I did get that email and I have forwarded it to Bella. And I hope that, yeah, maybe she'll check it at some point. And I think it was from Sky High for Kids, right? That one was it. सौरभ रावत से 10 AM तो घर से फेंक देंगे मुझे. अरे दोस्तों, एनालॉजी है, समझ जाओ. तुम्हारा दिन 6 बजे की जगह 8 बजे शुरू हुआ. तुम ऐसा थोड़ा एडजस्ट करो ना तुम्हारा दिन पे. ठीक है, knight b6 has happened, and once again I think Arjun has wriggled out of the mess pretty well. Maybe bishop b4 was not the best move here. Maybe rook at g8. I don't know. You really want to keep this, like if you do this, you feel like white should be okay here. But actually black has quite a bit of play going here in this position. So maybe he should have kept this bishop here. But Levon wanted to play this and Arjun takes advantage of it. And now knight b6 on the board. Ash says, Sagar, when and where will Olympiad pairings be announced? Want to bring my entire office team. It's in our backyard. Would like to pick a good round. It'll come on chess results. Okay, by the way, bishop f1 happened, knight a8 happened, bishop a6 happened, and the knight came out on b6. Okay, he could have gone on c7 also hitting the bishop, but he goes to b6. Rook d8 hitting the bishop here. I still think that black has the initiative. He's attacking this bishop. White's pieces are sleeping on the last rank. Should be careful. Should be careful. Ash, so maybe you can check out which round to. I think generally One round which I'm very excited for is Norway versus India B team, because then Magnus will take on one of the youngsters. Also Norway versus India A, USA versus India A, India B, India C, whatever. So these are some of the rounds that maybe you can pick up, and it will come one day before the pairing. So chessresults.com is a very good website to keep an eye on, and from there you can decide. Sairat Chess, yes. Club timings are 5 to 7 p.m. Krish Anand says Netherlands too. True. India versus Netherlands games will be interesting because Jordan, Anish, Erwin, nice. By the way, is Anish winning that game? Or has... By God, look at these pawns. While Anish chose not to exchange the queens, which was a smart decision, Duda said, okay, let's start now. I think King H2, A5, start the pawn push, Bishop F1. I think before Duda doing smart thing by pushing his pawns there, Rook C3, take, Knight E5, A4, Queen E4. Because I think if you took on G6, then Queen G6, Knight G6 and Rook E3. So he didn't want to go for it. So he went Queen E4, King G8, Queen B7. Why not Knight G6? Maybe there is Rook D4. Ah, yeah, this is a problem. So Duda now fighting well. Threat is this. So I think it's very clear what Duda has to do now. What do you think, guys? Should Duda do now? Because this is a big, big threat. Ooh, Rook B8. Yeah, Rook D3 is what I was looking for in that position. And well done, Chirag, Saumya, Rohit, and Akash. Because Rook D3, if let's say in this, I hope that Anish is not going to draw this one. Take. And now it's not just about B3, which is also a good move, but G5 maybe. Attacking the bishop. If you move the bishop, bishop E5. Where does Anish go? Like here? Maybe Anish has to go back somewhere. But where? Queen E4. But that is where he was before. He won't go there. Queen F3 comes into the pin. Queen G2 I want to play. Maybe. Queen H1. Maybe looking in this. Anish might... Oh, Anish goes Queen B6. Interesting position. Prag drew with Predke. Okay. Hemraj, no, the club is not open every day. It's open only on Saturdays. And now Queen D6. Queen D6. This looks good. I think this Anish is going to take this home now. Okay, let's go back to Arjun's game and see what is happening there. Queen A5. Why is this such a big blunder? What has just happened, guys? Chess is so cleared. Now, Anish, is he winning or is he losing or what? G5? What's happening? Like bishop E3? Check. King G2. Still don't get it. Rook C1. You get mated here. What? Man, this is so... And if I play BG6? Queen B5. Take. Okay, I can move the bishop back. B3. Okay, these pawns are just queening. Plays G5. Look at Anish there. Anish is shell-shocked at what has happened. He goes bishop g6, but I think he's just missed queen b5 here. I think Duda's going to win this. Guys, here you see Anish. I think maybe, just maybe, I feel like tactically, the youngsters are very, very powerful. But Anish and many of the top players miss such tactics. Like now he's just totally lost. Just the position is over. You can go queen a7 here, looking here, but just queen b7, very strong move. Pursuing the exchange of queens, and next move, just push the pawn towards queen. The attack is stopped, game over. Let's look at Arjun's game versus Levon. What just happened there? So, rook d8 we saw. He went bishop c2, knight e4, good move. Of course, you're not going to take it. Back rank mate. So, knight c4, f5, bishop a3. Oh, he blundered. And Arjun, he also blundered. What was the way to win? Take, take. Actually, it's not so even simple to understand why this is winning. Knight c3. Okay, you want to go rook d2, I understand. It's just like he's just packed him up, huh? Like rook d, no, there's no rook d1. There's no way to attack this knight. Take, take, rook d2. Got it. But he took here, takes, 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 rook d2, takes, takes. And now we reach this rook endgame where I think Arjun should be able to hold. But it's not simple, huh? It's not so simple. Black king is coming in. You can't defend this pawn because you lose the a2 pawn. Then the b pawn is a passer. Arjun has to remain careful here. Very careful. I think the initiative is with black, clearly. g5. I think what Arjun might be looking for is tuck tuck, and then rook swings here, takes here, and then his g pawn becomes strong. Something on those lines. It's g5 is a good preparatory idea. Okay, meanwhile, Anish has played queen a7, but I believe that if Duda finds queen b7, Anish might well have to just end the game. Yeah, Duda finds it. Duda finds it. Bishop f7, just queen here. If take, gf4. Anish Giri on the verge of losing. He is in a must win then in the next round. King takes c4, played by Levon Aronian. Guys, don't get this wrong. Don't be fooled by the bar here. It's black who's pressing. Even though white has an extra pawn, it's black who's in the driver's seat. His king is very well positioned. It might come in, and if you just win this pawn, this b pawn is just 3 steps away from queening. Meanwhile, all of white's pawns are just sitting here like ducks doing nothing. Arjun has to find some kind of an active defense. And if you want to find an active defense, you need to give up on your comfort zone. Ye dekho, this is you, not you. This is someone who is attached to something in his life. It's not giving him anything, but he's still attached to it. You need to break through the shackles. You should be like, if I don't give it up right now, I will anyway lose it later. This is the moment. I have to give it up. Rook c1, king d3, rook c7. Give it up. That is something which is just stopping you in life. Now to take here, or maybe first do this. Provoke this and then take this. Yes, this is me. I mean, this is everyone, right? This move, rook c1. Just fear of change. And I think Arjun also experiencing that. g3. I think what Arjun wants is king g2 and rook h1. But Let's see. I think he has to play king g. This is a smart, I think, smart one. I was thinking Arjun did this to come from here, but if he had gone here, he would have lost f2 pawn. But g3, king c3, king g2, and now rook h1 incoming. So Arjun at the right time. But guys, this is going to be quite a touch and go thing. Take rook h7, b3. I'll first check, force your king in front of the pawn. g6, b2, g7, rook here. And I think this is a draw now, because the moment you come out, I'll check you. And you can't win this pawn. So maybe king h3, come in with the king, draw. Nice. Okay, by the way, look at this. Rook h1, Arjun, of course, Levon finds the most tricky move to defend. Nice move by Levon. And Arjun once again finds the best move, rook h4. King a2, rook takes e4. Wow. Okay, ये खेला, इसको मारा, ये खेला, check. And then again, this is the most irritating position in the chessboard. Rook c7, I want to go king c2 and here, let's say f4, king c2, f5, b1, maybe white wins here already with e4, with these three pawns. Okay, interesting. My god, what has happened? b3, rook e6, rook b7, check, king b1. Okay. Such an intense rook endgame. Oh, by the way, Duda resigned. Anish resigned. Duda wins. What a victory. And Anish there shaking his head. He just made big mistake there. And with this, Duda is now leading 2-1. Must win for Anish. But let's come back to this game for now. King b1 on the board. This is a very tricky rook endgame, guys. Don't be fooled by the 0-0 mark on the bar. I've been saying this again and again today in this endgame, because Levon's threat, let's say if I play, just for the sake of an argument, I think most natural move is f4, b2, king f3, king c1. And now you need to find the only move here, because if you give a check, I'll just come up with my king. This is queening. What is the only move here? What is the only move for white? Come on, think. You need to save Arjun here. It's not easy. And Arjun luckily has 3 minutes on the clock to figure this all out. Let's see if he manages to do it. Again, he has to come back into the present moment and think. Yes. Angan Nath. Yes. Indian teams can be paired against each other at the Olympiad. It's your first super chat, and you got it from free from YouTube. Angan Nath, thank you for using it here. But how is everyone getting free super chats? Where to get it from? Okay, thank you for using it here. The move that I was looking for is rook h6. Fantastic job done by all of you threatening here. And the move has been given by Anant Narayanan, family, Dahal, Sriram, Jacob, Ajanta, Manthan Singh, Shashwat, Aradhya, Chesdi, and Nandan Roy. If you queen, I check and I pick up this rook. So, king b1. YouTube Premium gives you. Okay, Shashank, that's nice to know. Okay, king b1 now. Look, why is this important? If you play e4, I play b2. And if you play f4, king c2. It is already king c2. But then let's say f4, b2, king f3, king c2, k2. So मारेंगे. Bapre, Arjun has some serious calculation to do. He has to calculate that f4 king f3 is correct. But he might start with rook h6, b2, rook h1, king c2, and he will be falling behind in the race here because he will, this is the position. But if you go back here and see f4, b2, king f3, king c2, rook a2, there's no b1. So you are ahead in the race. And if you go king c1 here, then when I go here, queen, the difference is that in this exact position, while in the last one I was playing king f3, here it's my move, and this one extra move gives me the win. So Arjun has to like calculate some insane amount of stuff. And clearly that's why he's thinking for 37 seconds. I won't be surprised if he doesn't find this defensive idea with f4 king f3, because it's just so tough with 28 seconds. And Levon has clearly put Arjun in under tremendous pressure. I don't think Arjun will be able to find this one. What do you think, guys? 16 seconds, 15, 14. Can you even imagine that Arjun is down to his last 5 seconds? Look at him. He's so calm. Arjun, move. Move. You lose on time. Did he lose on time? Hello, guys. Did he lose on time? Oh no, so many moves happened already. एक second. So he went king b1, g6. g6 was a mistake. Arjun lost. Rook h6. King c2, rook h1, rook d6. Ooh, and he had to find this move, rook e1, rook d7. Did he resign here? Oh, he resigned. He resigned here. There was still a chance, I thought. Guys, there was still this chance, rook e1. Because rook d1, like b1 is a draw, I think. b1 takes, you have 3 pawns. This rook e1, I think Arjun just missed it because checking here. Maybe it's not enough, right? Because take. Yeah, this should be losing. Your pawns are 2 behind and the king will come back. Still, it was worth a shot. But I think he's winning here. Yeah. So guys, this was very complicated way to defend, which was f4, king f3. It was just tricky because on if king c2 you had rook a2, and if king c1 you had rook h6 h1. And both these moves I think very difficult to spot, because you generally see rook king c2 and rook a2, but you don't see king c1 that you can go rook h6. That's a very unusual move. And so Arjun went for this g6 plan here, and that has led to him losing this game. But what a fighting result for Levon Aronian. And it's time for us to update the results. 1.5. Duda has won, so Anish must win now. And for Arjun and Aronian, anything in the last round. Wow, guys, amazing. And before we move ahead, let's just have a look at a small little break and then come back here.
that's in your hand. The ChessBase India Premium Chess Set is our attempt to give you a great feel of playing chess in real life. The first thing we wanted to ensure was that the product was of the best possible quality. When you buy the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set, you get a chessboard, high quality chess pieces, a bag for the pieces, a bag for the chessboard as well. All of this is carefully packed so that when we courier it to you, you receive it in the best possible condition. We take pride in the fact that the chess sets are manufactured in India. Here are some features of the premium chess set. It is 96 standard weighted and felted set of Staunton design. Fine crafted, high class plastic pieces of 3.75 inches height. Total weight of the pieces is around 800 grams. Usual pieces are around 300 to 400 grams. You have two extra queens included. 55 by 55 high quality vinyl board with notation with ChessBase India logo in the corner and a leatherite finish. You have two flat nylon drawstrings for the board and pieces with the ChessBase India logo. It is also a perfect product to gift your loved ones. We also have gift wrapping options in the ChessBase India shop. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set and challenge someone to a game of chess in real life. Link is in the description.
So welcome back, guys, and that was the ChessBase India Premium Chess Set. You can check it out from our website. And by the way, for all the people who are not aware, we have this very interesting match, Anish versus Vidit, that will take place on the 26th of July at ChessBase India at the Phoenix Market City in Mumbai. It will be at this venue. We'll have more than 1,000 people there or somewhere in that range, and also it'll be hosted by us, Samay, me and Amruta. There'll be also an epic hand and brain game between Vaibhav, Biswa, Samay and Anirban. We'll also have Suhani there, who will be joining in, who has been the co-owner of Quintessential Queens. There will be a very nice sort of a boxing ring created for the players to play. There'll be different formats like blindfold games, rapid game, no castling chess, chess 960, blitz, bullet, Armageddon. And there's also a rapid event before it on 25th. 50,000 is the prize fund of this, and those who finish in top 10 get a chance to play a tandem simul with Anish and Vidit, and it'll be a very nice match. So please do check it out. It's in the description. It's also in the pinned message. And also, guys, do check out the story of Bella Kotenashvili, top Georgian grandmaster, who has been going through a tough phase with the situation of her son Gabriel, and is in need of funds. And this is some of the pictures that she has sent, and we've done an interview with her. And thanks to all your support, we've raised quite a decent sum, but there is still a need for a lot more. I think it's now the amount that has been raised is close to 14,000 or 13,000 euros, but it's a long way. You have to go to 3 lakh euros. So please do spread the word and support if you can. Okay, back to chess, and we have right now some games going on. Savian is 1.5 over Wei. So let's have a look at them playing. Sam Savian, Wei. Slightly better position for Wei. And Richard Rapport versus Jeffrey Jeong. Rakshit asks 500 tickets sold for Anish Vidit. Not yet. I think we are at 455. 177 entries for the rapid event. Slow and steady. As it's true for everything with Chessbase India. Everything goes slow and steady. Arjun's game will start in maybe 5 minutes from now. Actually, both Arjun and it's one and a half. So maybe a draw is also okay to take it to the blitz tie breaks. For Anish Duda, Anish is in a must win. Amit Sonigara says, why did you keep on weekday? Well, it was because of the schedule of the players and also the Olympiad coming up. That's the reason why. Chaitanya Mahajan, thank you so much. Yes, Manan, we'll try to review it after the games today. Yes, Shubham, he says, if last round will draw, who will proceed to the next round? Tie breaks, blitz, 2 games. And if that is also 1-1, then Armageddon with 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. And draw means black wins. Did I miss a super chat? Marvis Vaidyanathan, can you suggest black openings against e4 and d4 that doesn't involve memorizing theory? With white, I play c4 because of this reason, FIDE rating around 1400. So I think c4 is not bad. And I think it's a good opening line. It has venom and it's also has less theory. Most of the times you can put your knight on c3, g3, bg2, knight f3 castles. And with black against e4, if you don't want theory, a very interesting opening can be Perk defense, e4, d6, d4, knight f6. So something like this. I mean, theory comes in everything, but just so that you go g6, bishop g7 and castles. That is one way to play. Or you can go for Philidor setups. This is very popular in players who don't want to memorize opening. If you like endgames, you can play this way. And if you don't, if you don't like it, then maybe you can start with knight d7 with the idea of e5, then bishop e7 and castle. It's just a setup. And I think the same thing you can do also against d4, like knight f6, c4, d6, knight c3, knight d7, e4, e5. It's, you see, when you don't want to remember theory, you can play this way, but in a way you get into slightly passive positions. But you can play this like c6, rook e8, bishop f8. It's a way to play. It's called old. This is not. This is called some. Yeah, old Indian defense or something like this. Hello.
And we have the special guest here. Hello, Mr. Sagar Shah. How are you?
I'm good, Amruta. How are you doing?
I'm good. You just joined 2 inches away from the room.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Why are you wearing raincoat?
It's raining. It's like crazy raining. There's a red alert. So I thought let's come in a raincoat.
Is it like in our house water is coming?
Leakage na Mumbai mein. हाँ, typical. So
Yeah. So how are you? And Amruta, you come at a moment where 2 matches have reached a very exciting point. Also, just now, I don't know, 1 game got over. Samuel Savian. No, it is not gotten over. He's just, or what did he?
what is way? I think he's stuck, right? Huh? His camera,
Yeah.
his game.
Everyone is stuck, I think.
No. He's blinking. Report.
Harappa. No, but what happened in their
Jeffrey is
game?
also. Arey, I to join right now. You have to give me an update. Maybe the chat, yeah.
I have no clue. Somehow the moves are not updating. Maybe everything is just hung up.
वक्त समय रुक गया है.
Yes, Atharva Goyal in Olympiad. Samay will also be member of the panel. Yes.
अरे यार Tanish, yeah, we forgot to discuss. We'll do that tomorrow, hopefully.
The Devil, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess.
And Manan Shah, Sagar by which is better variation for Black Sicilian or Perk or Czech variation?
Yeah, I mean, Sicilian is very good. Better than Perk, I think, overall. But as always, you have to remember a lot of theory. By the way, Amruta, do you remember that when we first tournament we played after you proposed to me, in that tournament, we had this ongoing debate that you were saying Sicilian is better and I was saying Perk is better. No, actually, we were not talking about Sicilian at all. I was saying Perk is a good opening and you were like Perk is a bad
Horrible.
opening.
Yeah, it is a bad opening, really. It's a bad opening.
And then
really.
I have beaten you with that opening.
But you've also lost with that opening.
No.
Like I am should never lose against lower rated with that opening, right? That will define it. It is a good
Adarsh
opening.
Agarwal asked, I want to buy a treadmill. Which one do you use and is it durable? What is the
What
name?
is your height though? It's Parnod, but I would
Parnod
it all
I
depends
use.
on the space and all. So I would definitely recommend a bigger treadmill.
No, Sparnod is good. I'm enjoying it. I'm using it every day.
No, but Sagar, if you're 6 feet tall, then you cannot run on it.
But I don't think
You
he's
would
6
fall.
feet tall. Guys,
How do you?
no.
What? कुछ भी.
Yeah, it is my intuition.
क्या ही इंट्यूशन क्या किसके बारे में मूव्स तुम्हारे स्टक है या नहीं है अभी तक
हाँ, स्टक हो गया है. मैं उसको बंद करके फिर
तब
से
तक ये ओपन कर रहा है.
He is not 6 feet. You just ask him.
Adarsh, please let me know. Perk opening is for. Can you explain why Perk is a bad opening? Asks Manan. Yes, it's so firstly you have less space. Secondly, secondly you get a lot of attack. So obviously it's playable. I mean, okay, on a serious note, it's playable. You need a very good understanding about it.
But everything is hung up, no, Amruta? Even our viewer count has hung up.
So you OBS का problem है, तो maybe you switch it off and restart again. Till
No,
the
no,
time
no.
I will.
No, it's not.
No?
It's not OBS issue.
अच्छा leeches पे चल रहा है क्या देखना एक बार. Maybe the guys can also guide कि उनके इधर कैसा चल रहा है. या बहुत सारे programs है. Is it a मतलब we have to understand it's a internet problem or is it your problem? I mean the OBS.
Yeah, I'm facing some internet related issue.
Maybe internet, Sagar. Yeah.
Oh.
क्या हुआ?
Yeah, because no website was also opening. But we are streaming.
How?
That's the tricky part.
Arjun game started. Okay, let's फटाफट see. Fine. Now all good, guys. All good. We are back.
Hopefully we are back with everything, not just this.
अच्छा.
Internet issue. Internet issue, Amruta.
Seriously, man, how could you not figure it out?
And I was such an idiot because the stream was going well and also everything was going well.
Exactly, I was such an idiot. इसको please cut करना अभी रहा and ये बार ऐसा कुछ बनाना जिसमें I was such an idiot. ये आएगा तो भी झगड़ा होएगा तो वो सुनाने का. चलो गेम शुरू है. Let's start. First move. Okay, we are back. Blackout says चैतन्य हो जाता है. ब्लैक बोर्ड ब्लैक है अपना. हाँ बोर्ड ब्लैक है सागर.
हाँ बोर्ड तो ला रहे हैं बट इट वाज अमेजिंग यार, लाइक इट वाज वर्किंग अमृता.
आई नो, बस तुम इतने खुश हो अभी सब आ गया है और क्या चाहिए.
हम्म.
दैट्स इम्पोर्टेंट.
तुम आए तो हवाओं में, you came and everything went wrong. e4 c5 knight f3
But
e6
Sicilian,
bishop
right
c4
there on the board.
and
That's
Levon
the
plays
right
d3
one.
d3 and bishop c4
Not going for open.
and he played this
Italian. He's playing Italian against Sicilian. This is the new style, basically.
sort of center control, d5 e5 knight e4 knight g3 takes. And like my coach and everything in my younger days told me to capture towards the center, but Levon is like capture away so that I get f file opened up.
Oh,
And
yeah, that is a
rook
good
c8
decision.
rook f1. I think already Levon taking a lot of risks.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why battles between Arjun and Levon are so epic because both of them are ready to risk it.
टोटली क्या ही वो हो गया है ना, अर्जुन वर्सेस लेवॉन, लाइक महाभारत टाइप्स ऐसे मस्त. इट्स रियली ग्रेट. वी डोंट हैव अ लाइट स्क्वायर बिशप बाय द वे, लाइक अर्जुन डजंट हैव इट, व्हिच इज सच अ ग्रेट थिंग बिकॉज ऑफ दिस pawn structure here. And white is having this bishop, so in a way positionally black should be better, like having a slight initiative because of this fact. Would you agree to this or no?
Positionally black should be better, but this is what I learned from Duda when he came on Grandmaster Chess, that these days space advantage counts for something more than just the quality of pieces.
Oh.
So this pawn being on e5 already gives white some chances, even though you have a good bishop. Like see g4, you have some attacking chances going, g5, h4, h5. So on the other hand, if you can create some play like knight b4, knight c2,
or bishop d8, bishop b6.
Yeah, bishop. Oh, that's a nice idea. Or bishop d8, bishop a5, or knight a5, knight c4. So that's what Arjun is doing now. Arjun is trying to create play before Levon starts creating play on the king side. And in a way, the way Levon has played with fg4, fg3, and now h4, g4, he has thrown caution to the winds and said to Arjun that positionally you might be better, but I'm going all out. So now, would you go Amruta knight a5, just say to Levon your attack is not going to work, or you give it respect and you play f6.
F6 is very typical in French, so definitely should be considered because you've started attacking, which means I want to break the center. So yes, one move f6, but the other move is also whether to continue with b4. So these are the two moves to think about.
Oh, sorry. b4.
Ufix says Mahabharat with 1500 viewers. वो डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था, हो जाएगा अभी.
क्या हुआ?
क्या?
What did he say?
फनी था. मैंने महाभारत बोला ना, अर्जुन वर्सेस लेवॉन. So he said Mahabharat with 1500 viewers.
तो तुमने फिर क्या बोला, वो फिक्स हो जाएगा मतलब?
Can we focus on the game?
Okay, by the way, in the game of Anish, who is in a must-win scenario, so many moves have been played here. And this time, Anish goes for knight d7 because he's in a must-win.
Oh, with black and must-win is not going to be easy, that too.
But his
against
opponent is Duda, who always tries to do something.
Yeah, risky. That way.
And look at how Anish has kept the position fully closed.
Wow.
So that there is more
I like
chance.
this knight e8, knight c7, knight e6 maneuver was
First he did
nice.
this,
Yeah.
this. Then he did this. All for d4.
Wow. क्या
Wow.
बात है.
क्या ही. No, I think Anish has got a good position, Amruta, here. Some good chances.
Exactly. Now this is real space. मतलब ये real estate है.
अमृता के जोक भी मारा, उसने ही हंसा. Real estate. Okay, h4, f6, Amruta. He played.
F6 खेला क्या? Okay,
Respect.
so one question to you. My question was, white is playing all H4 and G4. Suppose I ignore and I go B4. So white का plan क्या था? Did you want to go H5 or G5 or knight G5? फिर क्या? H5 के बाद क्या plan था? फिर G6.
h6, g6 कुछ तो करेंगे आगे. तुम क्या करोगी अब? B3.
मैं knight A5 अभी खेलूंगी. Now knight A5.
h6.
G6. Now you have. Okay.
मारोगी?
हाँ, suppose just Queen E7 खेलूंगी. Knight C4 I'll play. अच्छा, रुक F1 and F7 पे पूरा pressure ही pressure. Got it. Okay. ठीक
Okay.
है.
So he went. अरे बाप रे, इतना सारे मूव हो गए. देखो ना. E6, bishop f6, g5 attacks the bishop. Bishop comes back. Bishop e3, bishop e7, rook c1, knight e7. And so Arjun ने ये bishop को given the same role of defending e5 and now moving his knight to f5. But f5 is not a stable square because g4 can be played here. But I think g4 is taking it too much.
No. Maybe anyway white would want to play.
Rook
But
C.
one rook is exchanged, so that d4 pawn is definitely going to be.
Amruta, I have one question. g4.
क्या question है?
I mean, I thought e5, but there is knight e5.
No, knight.
queen
Why not
defense.
knight? Knight g6 h5 के बाद anyway I don't want.
ये खेला rook g2. Yeah, not so clear. I think he'll go g4. I think g4 might be the move for Levon.
If I again just go rook c4 or something, I need something here. Na, black needs something to find. Okay,
He needs to fix pawns. Tuck. Maybe.
guys, what should be our strategy with black?
Rook
Let's see
c2.
what Arjun is planning.
Rook c2. I think
Aronian is exchanging.
Arjun will go rook f8. Or do you think he will exchange? Do you think that Arjun is happy with the draw here, or you think he'll play for a win?
If he draws, then this goes into. If he draws, then this goes into.
This goes into
Tiebreak.
Splits tiebreak.
Then I think he should be okay with the draw with black. But exactly, because there is some slight initiative. Anyway, black has nothing to worry. That's what I feel. So if anyone has to try here, it should be black. Or am I being too ambitious with this game? He's not listening.
No, you are not being ambitious. You're normal only.
Okay. Bishop f2.
But the way Levon fought back, in last game was amazing. He was 1 point down.
Okay.
Then he fought back.
They are able to make their matches interesting, like super interesting. And it didn't stop. Yeah, it was not like one time they did that and never again. All the time they can make it interesting.
Amruta, what will you play now? Hey, I have an idea.
C4.
I want to go to e4 with my knight.
Oh, but are you okay to exchange that dark square bishop? Bishop takes g3?
Yeah, because my bishop controls.
No, then major piece endgame will be mostly a draw. I don't want that bishop to exchange for sure. But I like your idea. So why not to go bishop b8?
Because when I go knight d6, you will come knight e5 and attack my queen. So do I have time for that?
No. Another question is why not rook c4 so that you cannot think of taking. Yeah, they're fighting. It's okay.
No, they are fighting on the board, but people are fighting off the board now and then.
Yeah. So rook c4.
But
see, two things I can do. One is to increase the pressure on d4. Now with queen a7, bishop c7.
No, this is well defended. I think I'll kick you with b3.
It takes, and then my rook doesn't stay there. It's not so easy, yeah? I mean, this is not so easy. Initiative भी शायद नहीं भी है. It's may not be as what we thought.
Oh, look.
He goes knight g3, yeah?
Arjun
You had
plays my move.
mentioned.
And by the way, Amruta, this game, Anish.
Okay. What is the game? Anish?
I can give commentary on either this game, Arjun's game, or what's happening down there. And a man comes outside the house with something in his hand. He's going to hit it on the other man's head. I don't know what's happening. It's raining. Okay, anyway, let's go. Queen g6. I think Anish has to get a successful g4 in, Amruta. If he gets successful g4 in, he has chances. But there's so much pressure on b7. Also, the knight is very solid. I think Anish maybe is in a worse position.
Quite unbelievable, no? That king is on d2 and white has managed to get his knight on d5 and all this pressure. But just a few moves back, Anish was just better, right? When you were showing
No,
this.
it was not better. It was equal.
Oh. Okay, so looking at this game, knight g3 ko he's thinking. Aronian is thinking
Yeah,
whether to take or not.
right.
Both.
Look at Aronian's time. He's always ahead on time.
And what's the thing behind him? Like poster hai kya wo koi?
Painting.
Maybe he has painted. What happened? Why not? Do you know whether he can or he cannot paint?
Maybe he painted, but I don't know. But behind Arjun is very interesting thing. There's a picture of I
Childhood,
think him
yeah?
and his sister.
Huh.
But below that there's some books.
Yeah, but they should be
There
kept
should be
like
trophies, no?
this, like this. He doesn't want to flaunt.
That's the thing.
Simple man.
Simple, yeah. Very simplistic.
Hey, why is he wearing specs? उसको चश्मा लग गया है क्या?
हाँ चश्मा है.
आज?
कल भी था.
अच्छा, कल
Oh, by the way, we were talking about this, no, Amruta?
नहीं.
This perk defense and stuff.
Wow.
He is in a must win. So he's playing this g4.
Amazing. Arey, Samuel 7 will crush him.
By the way, Richard Rapport won his game. He had lost one, so it's now 1.5 there.
Okay. But this G6 and A6, can you really afford to play like this, Sagar? With black, that too.
If you are in a must win. Oh, Levon, I don't like Levon's decision, Amruta. Why not? Now just 94.
Oh, you have a good knight versus a not so bad.
ठीक है
vision.
सोता हूँ मैं.
Oh God.
You
good
said you have a good
one.
night.
That was a good one. Proud of you. समय के साथ काफी तुमने सीख लिया है चीजें.
But Amruta, 94, knight is so strong in the center.
Yes, yes.
Why did Aronian do it? Maybe he has some thoughts. Like let's say 94.
Yeah, exactly.
He
Let's
wants to
try
play queen
understand.
c1, take control of this file. And after,
Rook c2.
Oops,
Achha, rook c4 is also fine.
yeah, he would
In
play
fact.
b3. So take.
Now everything is controlled. C8, C7, C6, C5, C4, C3. वो queen C2 पे show piece है right now. Not to worry.
What showpiece? It's a good piece.
No. मतलब that open file is not something.
But
which
maybe
is
this will end. Oh, Arjun, look, Arjun. He took
D4.
D
takes
and
takes
Arjun
D4.
says, I don't want to go here. I would rather go to F5.
He wants to go D4 and queen D5.
Acha. So what
But
about queen
D4 के लिए he needs to
C1?
takes D4.
D4.
Now
D3.
Oh, nice. This is winning. This is nice.
But ये नहीं होगा. I don't think he'll play queen c1. Oh, but this is great, no, Amruta? Suddenly, all of a sudden,
Yeah, Levin has to play accurately.
yeah,
If-
Levon,
if-
because now d4 is coming.
So rook c8 मारना पड़ेगा इधर, so that firstly you deflect the
But what
queen.
about g4?
Exactly, but
But
पहले
पहले
rook c8.
पहले
पहले rook c8. पहले g4 भी खेल सकते हो तुम, पर तुम फंस जाओ. You'll
97.
get trapped.
just
And then
coming
the
back.
king can become weak, yeah? Queen and knight. Amazing.
I think
this is
I
interesting.
think this knight on e4 was looking good, but was not doing much. But the knight on f5 and e7 and c6 will become more useful.
Yeah, and this e5 is isolated. Ye doubled pawn abhi now it's gonna trouble white.
I think
Big way.
to,
Oh,
t-
this
to
is
tell
a
you the
big,
truth,
yes.
this had some real potential for Arjun here to play for a win. Even though the
But
bar is
Aronian
showing
is
equal.
going to defend amazingly.
Hmm.
He's not gonna be letting that. Abhinav Garg says, took me a while to understand a good night joke. Yeah, it was tough.
Anish plays Rook f8. By the way, Amruta, if Anish wins today, he will play the winner of Aronian versus Arjun.
By the way, Bontu Manideep says in BL Chess Masters, Praneeth 2457, 15
Praneeth
years old,
Gopala.
beat Alex Cinco 2708.
Wow.
And P Raja 2450 beat Marti Roysen. Oh,
P Raja कौन?
P Raja कौन? Exactly.
ऋत्विक राजा रहेगा.
R Raja रहेगा mostly then.
और H राजा, हर्षित राजा रहेगा.
Nice. Amazing.
You know what's the best move here for white? Somehow h5. And I don't know why.
Well,
I don't know.
because he wants to go G6 maybe, and then create a back rank problem, or G6 or maybe H6 if you move your knight. That's also possible.
Let's say I go here.
Now it.
Then why is the position direct G4 worse? Like let's say if I start with G4, knight e7, H5. Why is this position worse?
Then rook on C6, right?
Then
Because with
if you start with H5, rook C6, G4, knight E7.
I think I got it. Because in the other way, I will have a tempo with rook C4, which will attack the G4 pawn.
No, queen is defending, so I can anyway go B3. So the main thing, Amruta, I feel here is that if you go G4, knight E7, H5, stopping knight G6 perhaps, then rook C2, queen C2, queen C6, and you can't take, because if you take, then this is hanging and D pawn is very strong. So this is winning endgame. But if you can't take and if you have to move, then I have the C file and I'm better.
And then no, even queen C4.
Oh,
Sagar, even queen
H5.
C4.
Yeah. He found H5, which is a good move.
But let's try to do the same thing.
Knight E7. Correct?
Because
then you can take.
So it's good, no? Knight E7.
No, but what is the point of G4 provocation? I want to take and wrestle for the C5.
Okay, suppose you want to do that. And now I ignore your ideas. I go king F1. King looks a little weak though. But let's see. If I go king F1, what are you planning to do?
No, the G4 knight E7.
I think the reason is something else.
Can I not play here this bishop C5? Then there is knight G6 attacking this. So that's the point.
No,
so now what will happen is if
with H5 you don't have
with
the
H5,
knight G6.
Knight E7, bishop C5. Now you don't have this. So that was the key point. Okay. But anyway, what Arjun has done, he has taken and played D4.
Yeah, this I like because now white has to worry about queen D5 but not immediately. Until the C8 square is in white's control, you cannot do that.
Sorry?
Until white is controlling C8. Like you can't go queen D5 here, right?
Yeah,
queen
no,
C8
but first I'm threatening D3. So you have to go queen D3, correct? Now I can
queen
go
D5. So isn't this better?
He played queen D3.
But after queen D5, I'm very surprised to see that black is still not better.
No, queen D5.
G4.
Yeah, G4.
And you win the D4 pawn.
Correct.
And then takes, knight C6. I will win the E5 pawn after B4. I'm not even sure if I'll win.
Bishop no, I'll go here. B4, bishop E4. Don't take too much risk. Huh?
Yeah, I can't allow you outside passer.
Okay, let's wait here. I mean, queen D5 is played. G4 was forced, kind of.
G4 ko is he going knight E3 then? No, that would be a lost king pawn in game. भाई प्लान क्या है यार? G4, what is his plan to defend? क्वीन A2 मरेगा क्या किधर तो? G4, knight E7. You want to take with the queen? I can't even take this because there is a check.
King F7. Check King F7.
Acha, you're not worried, yeah? Taking risks. Got it. Very subtle, nah? I mean, you make one mistake and you are at risk. So this position, I would still not say it's a draw or anything.
Oh, this looks even better for Arjun. What do you do? If you do this, I'll give you a check and then pick up B2 with a check.
And then check and you will pick up the bishop also.
Yeah,
Queen C1 check.
exactly. So it's not so trivial. I mean, if you go G4 here, I go back, and if you take here, I think this is already very serious, because if you don't take on D4, next move knight C6, and that is better. So you must take, and I do this, and now once again, it's an important moment for you.
So you are suggesting that white
played
should not
G4.
go. Oh,
No, that's the only
white
move.
should go G4.
If you don't do G4, I'll just take.
No, if I go B3 first, like
B3.
saving.
Take. And then I win this pawn. So that was hanging. Anyway,
Oh, so
G4.
it was forced. Okay, what did Arjun play?
No, Arjun is thinking, but I think Arjun's kind of move is forced. Although, Amruta, you said that this is a lost endgame, but not so sure, because
Oh no, really?
this is winning for black.
How?
Because the pawn is defended.
Acha.
So
Okay,
actually you have to play
missed that.
queen e3, then queen a2 and draw. But I think Arjun, knowing the fighter that he is, he'll go knight e7. He won't go knight e3. Because he'll see that he has still hopes there.
Yeah, only if he assesses that there are hopes. Otherwise.
Meanwhile, Anish game, Amruta, Duda has kind of moved his king over here. He had castled here. This was his king here. And from this position, they made moves and the king has walked off like that. Oh, he goes knight e3.
So they're going to go in tiebreak.
No, but oh, he played queen c2.
Nice. To keep the queens, because perpetual will be easier for white.
From here, no?
Yeah.
So if I take here, you will go check, here, draw. So no, it's still complicated, yeah, this endgame, Amruta. Because queen on one hand wants to enter, on the other hand, if you go and defend, maybe the king comes in like to defend this pawn and pick it up. So Arjun still has to be careful. But can I do this, or that is just too risky? I think it works. Check, king f7. Check. Oh, sorry, that's a queen blunder. Queen c7, king f8. Check, draw like this.
Yeah, I think this is.
I think he'll play.
Happen. Yeah. Queen c4 now. That is the question.
That should be a lost endgame, I think. Takes, king f1. Oh no, king f1 nahi. Guys, इधर एक important move है, white to play. The only move to win the game.
अगर सब जाग रहे हैं तो 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं. Are you guys awake?
White to play.
Or are you guys half sleepy or full sleepy? इसमें देखना है क्या?
Anish is smiling here, like बहुत ही tough है मेरा position. A3, very good job. Very
A3.
good job.
Okay.
A3. Stopping A3 for black, because if you had gone king f1 here, then A3 takes C3 and these pawns are queening. So the right move has been given by
Arnav Drolia, born to Manideep, Sai Krishna Komineri.
अरे एक ही नाम पढ़ो.
मुझे लगा तुम ऐसे कि मैंने गलत नाम पढ़ा. आदित्य कृष्णा, प्रहलाद सेन, सिद्धार्थ रानड़ीवे, अनिकेत 12th B, क्रेक परिदा, क्वांटा दी, तेजस गोखले. It would have been unfair ना, दो के पूरे.
तेजस गोखले, तेजस गोले कर दिया, क्रेग फारिया है, क्रेग फरीदा कर दिया, क्वीन D8।
ठीक है, अगली बार तुम्हें वो इतना दूर रख के, क्या मेरा आई टेस्ट चल रहा है क्या? क्वीन D8 आया ना राइट ना? Hey, अभी if he goes queen C5, oh, that would be lost. Not really.
G6।
ये तो it's like closing the bottle.
हाँ।
You cannot really now get out.
Yeah, kind of, but take, correct।
HE, yeah. King F8.
King F8, क्यों?
क्योंकि
King Queen D7 खेलो, King F1, maybe
what's
तुम्हारा।
your idea with Queen D7?
I'm just,
Here
I
at
was
least
just
I'm trying to
waiting.
go out, get out of that meeting pattern. Okay, which I can't. Queen C5 check. But why is it lost? King E8, Queen C6. So I have King F8. No, Queen B5.
Yeah, I think Aronian has
Oh,
somehow
it's
managed to find a way to put pressure on Arjun.
and managed in a very cool and calm way.
How about Amruta? I take and play Queen F8. And then when you go king here, I want to do this and I want to play this endgame. But I
And
think you
lose.
are just in time. If suppose I had one more move like this position and you waste a move, it's a draw. No?
नहीं वेस्ट नहीं है ना, किंग E2 बनना है, तुम किंग F1 जाओ, then you have to check.
No, my point was that I can be in time, no, to defend. But you have so many waiting moves.
Correct,
That is the
correct.
main issue. If you waste up all your waiting moves, then
Say,
no, I'm not going away. I'm coming back. I want to eat something and come.
but game is going on, na? You're expecting it to go to tiebreak.
No, I'm coming in one.
So इंसान had asked NEET 17 को NET एग्जाम है, सागर भाई मोटिवेशन दे दो, तो सागर भाई खा के आएंगे और मोटिवेशन दे देंगे. How about Queen G5? Guys, Queen G5 पे तो मेट है ना. Take a back rank mate. Pawn and games are like super overs in T20 at times, says Abhinav Garg. Sachin says, why most I am not becoming GM?
B4.
Just recently Levy take retirement from tournament. And okay.
No, lot of IMs become GMs. That's why India's number of GMs are growing.
That's true. संकेत यादव से सागर सर एक क्वेश्चन आहे, माझा छोटा भाऊ आहे, he doesn't know English. Is there any Marathi chess book to start his chess journey?
Marathi chess book nahi mahit, but online you will find good resources. YouTuber. I think Prathamesh, your brother, has made one video, no, how to learn chess in Marathi.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, there will be. So,
Look at this position.
But English भी सिखाई दो, so that doesn't restrict him.
G4, I want to play somewhere.
Actually, this is now that one break will change your life.
And this one break is not coming because always this is under pressure. So my bishop can never move here. If I can't play G4, and also Anish's time is only 3 minutes 54 seconds. He goes rook A6. Oh, he's...
So one break B6 भी हो सकता है ना अगर.
And also ये भी bishop C7 put more pressure, force him to take.
Still, if you look at this position, again it feels more easy for black to move.
No. I think his king is weaker somehow, no?
But there is no piece just look at the queen side.
अरे मतलब
Okay?
the thing is that Anish wants to open somehow. When he'll open, things can go really wrong, especially with this knight on d5. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
b4 played by Arjun, Amruta.
Amit Sonigara says, Dad telling to sleep, but I am stubborn. I will complete this match, then sleep. I have school tomorrow. I am in 6th standard.
Arey Amit. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you will enjoy. I mean, also some of the things remain very memorable. Yeah, such things in life.
The dad is scolding you.
No, that you stayed awake, that you you watched the match, and somehow something happened. यही तो moments याद रहते हैं, है ना? Like they become memories for you. And
They
do you
do,
have
but
any
it-
such memory of not sleeping on time? I have some memories like, you know, waking up in the morning for 4 a.m. to watch India versus Australia cricket matches because they used to happen in Australia and it was very early in India.
Acha, 4 a.m. Baap re. Crazy. No, I was very different. Like somehow I would like to do more than watch more. So for me, more it was like my own experience, going and playing and those.
You were already at that
Tournament
point a
beats,
player, so yeah, correct.
At that point, not that way. In general, also I was not more like TV dekho types, like do some activity types. We
Matlab
didn't have YouTube.
what you
no.
are saying to this boy is that
Chess खेलो, सीखो.
अमित क्या कर रहे हो, तुम देख रहे हो
नहीं,
ये
information नहीं था ना. So if I want to learn, that's different. At that point, there were no learning resources ऐसे online जाके. So that way I'm talking about.
Chess for fun. I used to be a big cricket fan when I was young. I used to watch every match. In fact, earlier in my house there was this local cable connection and matches used to come on ESPN, and we didn't have ESPN subscription, so we used to go to neighbor's house to watch ESPN. तो इतना बहुत कुछ किया था उसके लिए.
Bhagyashri Khaduskar says, I once finished Chamber of Secrets book by reading all night and going for school next day. Yeah, if you stay up tonight to watch this match, then tomorrow when you go to the school, one thing is for sure. Like you have to be very attentive. You can't be dull and sleepy. You have to be like,
But
doing
how?
your homework.
You didn't sleep, no? So it's not like
No, but this should give him energy, right? Like
let's
it should give him energy.
I have a feeling that Arjun is risking this a little bit because okay, firstly, King F1 might not be possible because of check. So, how to make progress? Maybe go from this way, like this: King H2, King G3, King F4. Because your queen can't go up, it's a mate without a check. If you go without a check up, it's a mate below here on C8.
So, what did you say?
I think white is the one who's pressing here, King H2. By the way, Anish Giri's position very interesting and exciting and actually.
Let's see that. Amit says, Sagar sir, you covered that same guy. You covered under 12 nationals. Will you cover under 11? I played in under 12 and I came 144th rank. My name is Yuk Sonigatra. He's watching.
Sonigara. Okay, got it. King H2. I'm not sure if we'll cover, but we'll try. We'll try. King H2.
Gurkirat asks, do you think Arjun should take a risk in this match or maybe aim for a draw?
No, here he should definitely now bail out as quickly as possible. But is there a way to bail out? That is the question. It's not so simple anymore because if Levon gets his king up, it's like Levon's king is freely roaming the chessboard while Arjun's king is tied down because of this pawn. And you can see Levon there. He knows that he has some chances.
Kishore Kumar asks, black pawn a2, queen takes black queen 2, queen takes then black queen to g5. But wo to ho gaya.
Even here, Amruta, e2 makes a lot of sense because after takes,
Queen
I
A1.
come in from here.
So now if I go queen c2 again, queen e5 is a check, Sagar. That's the main difference.
And also I can play queen c3. to limit you. So I
your
think,
king is very far.
but Arjun blunders with queen b8, and I think
What
the
is the winning
match
move? 1 minute.
might be
Oh my god. Oh
in
my
trouble because
god.
of king g2, king f3. Just move because he cannot take this.
Oh, the only thing to avoid is queen e5 shouldn't come as a check. So he should go king g2 for that reason. But again, if I go queen 8 check, if you go king g2,
King
then
g3, I
then
have
king
come
G.
up, no?
You've progressed there.
Oh, queen e4.
This is also winning. Why? Okay, this is also winning. Don't have that queen on b8 is very defensive.
Yeah.
It's a very
But
sudden
Amruta, I
blunder.
think there are still a lot of things happening. It's not so simple. Like I go queen c8.
Okay.
If you take queen here, then I can draw suddenly with queen c3 because now you have no checks. So it's not
So you cannot take, but then if you cannot
but
take
you can
king
come
g3,
here.
progressive move. Why not king g3?
Anything is fine. So I think Levon understands that he shouldn't put his queen in a position where he doesn't have a back rank check. So queen c8 again, you see, he wants him to take so that he can enter, but Levon will play king g3 or king
Really?
g2. Yeah, easily. This is just bread and butter stuff for Levon.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So actually speaking, I never thought that this is going to be ulta, like Arjun will be under pressure. But a g6 move did as a long-term thing, it was really irritating
No, I
for
think
black.
it was always Arjun was under pressure. Amruta. It was never like Levon came under pressure after the knight e3 move. Maybe knight e7 was what Arjun should have done in
That's
that.
why I didn't overall that knight
King
g3
G2 he
move
found.
maybe not the best then practically.
Yeah. No, I mean to find queen c2. That was already epic.
Yeah. Oh, he finds king g2. So now there is nothing.
There's no counterplay. That is the problem.
my
If you go here,
goodness.
check and check. E2 now played. Has to take. I think he'll take. And yes, he will get some activity. The queen e2. But I'm not so sure, Amruta, if this is a lost position. I mean, it looks lost,
But I can't leave the last rank ever. That is the biggest problem.
and also like takes
So you will
check.
take over all the pawns.
Here you cannot go into pawn endgame. That's also another problem for black.
If you get the b4 pawn, then you're winning, correct? If you don't get the b4 pawn, then what is your plan? How do you improvise getting your king to?
Oh, white.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bring the king slowly.
Perpetual तो बहुत risky है ना, but it's not so easy again.
Why is Levon not taking the pawn? Maybe he's thinking of king f2. So that, but this is a blunder because of queen. It's so difficult, to understand why. Because say queen takes and then queen c2 is a draw. But if you go somehow queen e2 and then queen c6, then this is not a draw. Why? Like what is the difference?
So Malik also asks if king g2 e2 queen e2 queen c3.
Queen c3, you want to play. Okay. But queen c3 maybe queen f2 threatening
so queen f7
mate.
and mate in 2, yeah? You have to save with...
And then you have to come back. Then the king can come up.
Or queen c7. Is queen c7 holding or white can give queen f7?
Yeah, possible.
No, I mean that king pawn and game was draw, no? What possible? King f7, how is it possible? It's a draw. You can't give the pawn. Your king had to be closer.
No, here there is a problem from this side also. I can come.
Right.
So he played king g3 and Levon finding all the good moves. But guys, in queen endgames, one wrong move and it's all over.
By the way, Senth and Chandra says no. The problem is after queen f3, queen c2 check, and you take the g6 pawn.
No, of course, I won't play queen f3. He played king g3.
Now queen c3 check, yeah?
Queen c3, king h4 now.
So if you go king h4,
do you have queen
I can't
d3?
take here, right? Can I?
Maybe queen f2 then.
No, I cannot. If I take, the problem is I will simply play queen b5 with the idea of mate. How do I
Or queen
defend?
f2 also. You can't defend.
Or queen f2. I can't do anything. Queen c1 is also suggested by Swapnil.
Plays queen c1. By the way, Anish Giri is winning. That's what people are saying. No, no, no. Guys, not winning.
It's a long, long game.
But this would be some kind of an anticlimactic result, yeah? Because somewhere it never felt like Arjun would be in trouble in this match, and yet Levon has managed to win.
Not yet. Blunders possible?
Possible, yeah. Yeah, you are right. I think Jayesh, Levon has played better endgame here than Arjun.
That h5, g5, g6, then it was another level of understanding by Levon, where black had to keep finding these accurate moves, which
Now Amruta king and pawn endgame is lost. Queen
queen
f7, queen
f7.
f7, g f7, king f7, king g5. Because now the king has advanced.
Oh, then this is simple for him to find. If it is going in
Yeah.
king pawn endgame, oh, he plays this. Arjun is not looking happy yet. I mean,
And the thing is, if you go king f8, king g5, king f7, there's king h5. And you're coming in. And there you have it. So Arjun looks like he's going to lose this. Another very exciting match between these two players, but yeah, now king g5.
so the turning point, what would you call for this game? Still, if I had to ask you.
Um, yeah, I think maybe just the fact that he went queen c8 here.
Maybe first we can finish the game.
Yeah. This is easier. Let's start with this.
He played king h6.
He's not even giving him the opposition. Resigns. Levon Aronian wins, beating Arjun. Great match. You can see there Arjun pretty sad, and also Levon not very thrilled. He knows that it was a tough match.
Yeah, and he also knows that this game was not like a all the time he was winning or something.
Yeah.
So it was a tough game.
By the way, Anish drew because of I don't know which rule. Maybe 50 more rule he drew, huh?
Acha, really?
Because last exchange.
Are you serious? Are you serious? This is
Yeah.
such a funny thing. Then he would be smiling at that point
No,
of
see,
time.
the
He
last
would miss it
exchange
or
happened on 20th move. And last pawn move is important. So last pawn move, h5 happened on move number 23. This is the pawn structure. After this, they played 50 moves, no exchanges, no pawn moves. They kept moving and he forgot.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I was just mentioning one break
This
will
might-
change
this
will
might
change your life.
this might be Amruta new. I think the first way Anish might have held a draw like this ever.
Oh my god. This is like oh look, Anish, look at his reaction, Sagar. Now, just concentrate. Now look,
Anish Giri realizes that
he's like, and then he starts laughing. It was a shocker, na, for us also. We didn't think that this could end in a draw in this way because of
Yeah.
50 moves. So you can just forget. 50 50 moves.
They played 50 moves without a pawn exchange nor a pawn move. You know, one of the two. If he had even played h4, 50 move counter would have restarted. Or if he had played g4,
Baapre.
or if he would have even taken this knight.
इतना स्पेस था, इतना शिफ्टिंग किया, मूविंग किया. Oh my goodness. By the way, Arjun gets $8,000.
Acha.
That's what Chris had mentioned.
Yeah, maybe. But
That's
that's a good amount, but I think Arjun would be pretty unhappy with today because he's very ambitious in that sense.
Matthew says repeats gold money Asian of 2021. Same fixture. 11 versus Arun.
Yeah,
What a
but
coincidence
there
that
it
in
went.
quarters Arjun got out.
There it went until tie breaks, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
At that point, Levon was a heavy favorite. But I think today, Amruta, I wouldn't call Levon a heavy favorite. I would call him a mild favorite for this match. Even though he is like.
Yeah. No, I think in fact, if you compare like in Tata Steel and everywhere, the way Arjun has played, so we right now would be expecting more that Arjun would beat Levon. So, yeah, AG also out, right? Arjun also out. So, Sachin asks, why does Amruta only do late night shifts?
She's working all the time on other things. Okay.
Oh,
so
by the way, Tharva says Amruta also Gukesh won today. Which tournament?
BL and Gukesh has reached 2698.
Oh, so he will reach 2700 here.
Hmm.
Amazing. That would be amazing. Against Nadir.
Okay, Amruta, I'll end
Okay.
today's stream.
Yes,
Do you
please,
want
because
to
you are very tired.
do you want to
please end.
continue something? You want to play bullet?
एक गेम की कमेंट्री करोगे तो खेलते हैं. चल 26 करोगे. Thank you. You're a very nice husband. Commentary अच्छी करनी है. Guys, I'm coming back. Just random challenges. एक दो. You know, Sagar is very tired. It's 1 a.m. Super tired.
But
He
you
wants to
can
sleep.
play.
I'll bring my phone.
Pankaj Yadav, you want to play the tournament on 25th? And yes, I mean on 26th. Maybe if we select you as a volunteer, then that would be possible.
Okay. Already? By the way, guys, today was my mother's 60th birthday. So it was a very nice day for me. Though I couldn't go to Pune because of red alert.
Yes, Ayan, you will be allowed to enter. Arey, Banana Singh, that's so cool. His mother's birthday was also today.
Acha. Nice. Okay, should I take?
Yeah, hello guys. Amruta Mokal. Going to play this one against.
तू बता higher rated, lower
हाँ
rated?
higher.
Higher rated, guys. So मेरा rating क्या है मुझे नहीं पता, but anybody above 1900. Let me take this challenge.
और अमृता मोकल. Timer लगता है. अरे अमृता तुमको स्क्रीन में होना चाहिए, तुम ऐसे रहोगी बाहर तो कैसे
तो
लोग
मुझे कैसे
दिखेंगे?
पता चला? अभी तुम 1 मिनट का पहले तुमने सेटिंग करना पड़ेगा ना।
हम्म।
तुम स्क्रीन के बारे में नहीं तो हो सकता है।
Oh, and Amruta pushing her pawns there.
एंगल भी मेरे मोबाइल का चेंज हो रहा है। चलो, there's a lot of disturbance here.
34 सेकंड 34 सेकंड्स है, बट क्वीन h5, क्वीन को अंदर लाया है वो, बिशप को g5 एंड क्वीन नाइट f5 पे बैठ गया है। बाप रे, पूरा अटैक चल रहा है इधर। क्वीन g5, अरे क्वीन एक्सचेंज हो गया है एंड नाइट ने पाउन को मारा है। बाप रे, g6, नाइट e8, क्या चल रहा है? ओ, फोर्क कर दिला है। बाप रे, अमृता क्या ही खेल रही है, क्या ही खेल रही है। पर सिर्फ 12 सेकंड बचे। किंग को ऊपर चला रहे है। ओ, और प्रीमू प्रीमू
अरे चेक है।
ओ, क्वीन बन गई। ओ, लॉस्ट ऑन टाइम।
10 सेकंड मेरे गए।
मेरी वजह से ये गेम।
फिर वीवी सूर का पीस कैसे ट्रैप हो गया था। अभी अच्छे से खेलती हूँ। कौन था वीवी सूर? बहुत अच्छा किया टाइम पे तुमने, फायदा लिया। ग्रेट। चल खेलू।
बीवी सुर। ओ, केतन पाटिल। के, हाँ केतन केटपट।
खेल केतन।
देखते, हाँ वही है मोरा गैम्बिट।
मोरा वाला मतलब वही है।
वो बुलेट में बहुत एक्सपर्ट है गाइस। केतन पाटिल इज अ वेरी गुड ट्रेनर इन मुंबई। ही हैज हिज अकेडमी एंड वो इधर खेल रहा है। अब अमृता ने पूरा पीसेस को बाहर निकाला है, लेकिन केतन ने भी अपना नाइट को निकाला, नाइट को मारेला है और अभी पॉन सेंटर में एकदम ही एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े। क्वीन ऊपर, और क्वीन आएला है एकदम ही मेट लगाने को, और बिशप भी आया। क्या ही अटैकिंग चेस खेल रहा है। और अमृता ने पॉन को उड़ाया। अभी देखते क्या ही होगा। एकदम जोशीला मैच चल रहा है, बट अमृता एकदम सोच में डूबी।
बहुत ही वाट लग रही है मेरी।
अबे खेल क्या कर रही है अमृता, क्लासिकल चेस थोड़ी ना है।
एग्जैक्टली, व्हाट द हेल, व्हाट द हेल। खेल। केतन ने सॉलिड प्रेशर डाला है।
ओह माय गॉड, ऐसे ही थोड़ी ना 2400 पहुंच गया वो।
मुझे लगा ऐसे ही पहुंच गया रहेगा। अरे वो बेचारा अकेला था। थैंक यू।
हाँ? ओह,
अच्छा
अबे खेल खेल खेल।
ठीक है, चल सॉरी केतन, आई डिडंट रियली मीन दिस।
बट एनीवे ही विल विन।
ऐसा एनीवे इफ यू विल विन तो फिर बहुत
अरे तो खेलना क्या कर रही है, तो इतना स्लो क्यों खेल रही है?
प्रीमूस प्रीमूस।
ओह
टोटली। केतन कर क्या रहा है तू? यू आर विनिंग लाइक एनीथिंग। बेचारी क्वीन जी7 ब्लंडर हो गई, बट सागर ने बोला वैसे भी मैं हारने वाली हूँ, इसके लिए मुझे सिर्फ खेलना था। सो वेरी सॉरी फॉर दैट एंड वेरी हैप्पी एंगेजमेंट फॉर यू जो अभी अभी हुई है। क्या हुआ सागर, इतना दुख हो रहा है तुमको कि मैं जीत?
पहले
So
मुझे
wanted me to lose.
No, I'm so sad for him. He had mate in one.
Exactly. No. This was unfair. So this just happened like a fun later. क्वीन तो मेट था यार, कम ऑन, यू वन बेचारा।
You have won, but you
चल
lost.
मे बी विल, केतन वन मोर गेम, फेयर हो जाएगा अभी, ये गेम को नहीं पकड़ना, ठीक है केतन? चल
ये अब केतन पाटिल फिर से जोश में। अमृता ने E4 खेला है, पर शायद वो अब खेलेगा नहीं क्योंकि उसने उसका फोन फेंक दिया है क्योंकि वो इतने गुस्से में है। उसने लिखा माउस स्लिप। हाँ समझ गया केतन, वी
वेरी
अंडरस्टूड।
सॉरी, जस्ट प्ले केतन, दैट गेम इज गॉन। अभी एक
विजय कुमार, थैंक यू सो मच विजय। Yeah, I'll try to get G Rohit, but I don't have any contact of him. If you have any email ID or something, please send it to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com. Oh, game shuru hua. He played it. Thank you, Arushi Gupta, for your super chat. 95. अरे अमृता इतना स्लो क्यों खेल रही हो?
अरे मैं इसीलिए मैं स्टार्ट ना थोड़ा इससे करती थी पहले, क्या बोलते हैं अपने, उप्स, इससे। सॉरी लोअर रेटेड से खेल के
उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
थोड़ा स्पीड आ जाता है रे।
और अब अमृता के पास एकदम ही अच्छी पोजीशन, क्योंकि और बिशप टिक, ओ उससे मारा। अब अमृता जीत रही है ये गेम। रुक B1 बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है। 29 सेकंड में अब क्वीन बन रही है उनकी, पर पॉन E5, ग्रेट मूव बाय केतन। रुक B3, बिशप C5 पे खेला है। रुक B5 कहाँ जाएगा? बिशप D4, अच्छा बढ़िया चेस, बढ़िया। ओ पर पॉन आगे बढ़ता हुआ, क्या ही चेस चल रहा है दोस्तों। नन्ना मुन्ना राही हूँ, H4, देश का सिपाही हूँ, बोलो मेरे संग, जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद। बिशप H2 की जिंदगी काफी बुरी। दुखी मेरे मन, टाइम अप।
20 सेकंड थे
That
उसके
was
पास।
actually Amruta, you could have won here. See,
हाउ
you were so winning. यहाँ मारा
आई नो, E5
E5,
अच्छा आया।
अच्छा मुंह खेला उसने। फिर तुमने ये खेला,
F4
फिर ये खेला।
नहीं, मेरी रुक B3 जरूरत ही नहीं था,
ठीक
दैट
है कोई
बिशप
बात
इज
नहीं,
वेरी गुड ऑन द डायगोनल।
तुमने ये खेला ना। अब ये H4 वगैरह क्या है? C6 खेलो ना, सिंपल।
C6,
C6
हाँ
C7,
C6 बिशप B6।
बिशप B6, रुक B6। बट इधर तुमने
हाँ
H4 खेला, ये खेला। अभी उसने ये मारा, तुमने C6, बिशप B6 मार दो।
हाँ, इधर जस्ट
मारो C7, दो पॉन।
बुलेट एनालिसिस नहीं हो रहा है। केतन के साथ पहले प्रैक्टिस करनी पड़ेगी मेरे को जीतने के लिए। ठीक है चल, लास्ट अभी मैं कोई लोअर रेटेड से खेलती हूँ ताकि जीत तो सकते हो कि नहीं देखती हूँ।
हाँ सचिन, थैंक यू।
है ना?
Vijay Kumar, waiting to see 1 million soon. Sagar, if I never knew what was chess till few months back, and my nephew, whenever he listens to bro singing the songs, is super excited.
Somebody I want
Thank you.
to crush somebody, but बहुत बड़े ऊंचे एम्स है, so let's see. युग सो नहीं गा रहा। अरे तू अभी तक सोया नहीं?
You हाँ, वो वेट कर रहा है खेलने को।
सोया रहेगा अभी, इसके डैड ने बोला रहेगा। अबे सोया
Insanely
नहीं है
insane
वो।
कह रहे, नीट एग्जाम के लिए मोटिवेशन दे दो। मतलब पता नहीं, बहुत बड़ा एग्जाम है आई थिंक नीट, एंड आई थिंक इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है, बट फाइनली सिर्फ तुम ये क्यों कर रहे हो, यू शुड आस्क योर सेल्फ। आई थिंक यू आर डूइंग इट बिकॉज you would like to become a doctor, and if you become a doctor, great, If you don't become one, then you can always keep on improving yourself, right? Because, and then slowly, maybe someday you will. Sorry अगर motivate नहीं हुआ रहेगा तो. But oh, Yuk Sonigara playing very well. Oh, Amruta finding that intermezzo. And now, who's better? Bishop pair, d6 का weakness. Bishop यहाँ पे लाया है. Bishop b6, rook d1. क्या ही खेल रही है अमृता.
Oh shit. Shit.
कितनी अच्छी पोजीशन गवा दी.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
But I think time पे फिर भी काफी खराब situation.
ठीक है, जाओ सो जाओ. बाय बाय, गुड नाइट.
You can play one game with me.
आज मैं इतनी खराब मूड में हूँ तो इसके लिए ना, चल
Hmm.
ट्राई करते हैं. अभी और कितना क्रश करेंगे देखते हैं. यू congratulations for staying up. I
And
hope you
I'll play
remember
on
the
this
experience.
big computer.
That's at least some handicap.
But I think I'm pretty good now. So आज तो तेरा chance.
But have you seen my playing strength differ so much based on my
Mood.
not mood के लिए है, but a lot of my mind something I don't know. I have to understand what. I have to start with beating maybe.
I've sent you.
Hmm. क्या हुआ? That's one. Hmm. क्या बात है.
पवन का प्रमोशन हो गया बहुत जल्दी.
उठ! तू क्यों नहीं मारा तब तक?
भूल गया.
सॉलिड क्रश ही हो गया यार, कुछ है ही नहीं चांस. सुपर गॉन. तुमको क्या खुशी मिल रही है ऐसे? ओह शिट. चल खेल और एक गेम, रीमैच. थोड़ा सा मेरा बहुत ये था. खेल खेल खेल, हंस मत. फोकस कर, फोकस मत कर. पता था मुझे यही है तेरी तेरी सिजिलियन हो गया ना ये तो, है ना? पर्क का तो सत्यानाश हो गया मतलब. या इतना बड़ा ओपनिंग खेलने का मतलब क्या मतलब ही क्या है?
अमृता एंड गेम क्या खेल रही है तू?
Shit,
वो भी ड्रैगन में।
seriously? ये मेरे पास 2 ही सेकंड है, क्या ही वो कर लूंगी मैं अभी।
पोजीशन तो बहुत ही खराब है।
धुलाई कंप्लीट, धुलाई ऑसम। एक लास्ट खेलोगे?
अमृता ये कैसा
देख
आइडिया
एक
है?
लास्ट
पोजिशनल
लास्ट।
आइडिया देख। पोजिशनल फर्स्ट नाइट सिट्स ऑन F4, ठीक है।
हाँ
फिर उसके बाद क्रिएटिंग अ वीकनेस विथ H6, ये
H6
वीकनेस
was a
है।
good move. I
देन यू
feel
हैव टू किंग टेक्स। अब ये रुक यहाँ से अटैक, ये रुक यहाँ से अटैक, ये वीकनेस पे अटैक,
बहुत सही खेला तुमने।
है ना?
पोजिशनली बुलेट चेस के लिए बहुत अच्छा था। कैसा था? रुक D7 B3 नहीं खेलना चाहिए था ना इधर, बट वो नाइट F4 पे इज लाइक
हाँ, यू
कैसे
कैन
लास्ट
रिमूव
ही
इट
नहीं
ऑल।
मार सकते। एक लास्ट खेलेंगे ना? हाँ,
चलिए।
थैंक यू guys. When you marry an IM, you get to play free bullet with me. इसके बाद सागर विल से कि
रीमैच किया ना।
this game I'm gonna win. बोलने का सिर्फ है। चलिए मेरा किंग वहाँ पे एक्सपोज है क्या? ड्रॉ, ड्रॉ बाय रिपीटेशन। अभी खेल अमृता ठीक है तेरी पोजीशन। Shit!
You didn't have to take on, you didn't have to check on E3, because if you would have played Queen H4 here, I don't get
Oh.
D6, and then you have
वो एक होप था। ठीक है, लाइफ गाइस बहुत ही दुखी दुखी सी लग रही है।
बट F6 F4 बहुत ही घटिया मूव किया एक्चुअली। यहाँ पे F6 को रुक C1, आई थिंक क्वीन D8 विल गो एनीवे, क्योंकि अदरवाइज आई हैव रुक
नहीं, मैंने
C7.
CD4 क्या मारा, ED4 तो एटलीस्ट मारना चाहिए ना, बट B4 आता ही था फिर। नहीं यार, पोजीशन खराब ही था। क्या कर रही हो, किधर खराब की?
ये
क्वीन
अच्छा
A5
खेला,
खराब
F5 F5 मूव अच्छा था।
नहीं, एनीवे लॉस्ट है वो।
ये लॉस्ट नहीं है यहाँ पे। यू वेंट रुक G8, मे बी रुक B8, रुक A8.
ओह,
एंड यहाँ पे क्वीन H4, नहीं क्वीन D6 मर रहा है, सॉरी। ये अच्छा मूव खेला तुमने, बिशप F4, एंड आई थिंक हियर क्वीन H4 एंड यू आर विनिंग मे बी, नो?
पक्का? अगर आई वाज विनिंग तो उतना ही माइंड में रख के थोड़ा सोती हूँ।
Thank you, Vijay Kumar says Nanna Munna Sipai. My nephew who is less than 6 months old is always super happy. Thanks, brother. By the way, you are younger to me. G. Rohit was my classmate in engineering in Hyderabad. Couldn't understand what it meant then. Correct.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, he was amazing. I think he was very close to becoming a GM and he missed it.
Abhishek Nair says, if dark matter attracts and dark energy repels the universe, then don't you think we stuck in a loop of Big Bang and singularity? Yes, right now वही situation है मेरा, singularity. Somehow it seems like somebody is controlling. Ankit Desai is watching today from Thailand, giving home-like feeling. What
अरे
home-like में क्या है?
नहीं, the thing is, I have understood one thing about streams, you know, like being live. For example, if someone enjoys watching streams and then they have a lot of different things happening in their life, let's say they are going somewhere, नया job, नई जगह, and then at night, let's say they tune into the stream and we are still playing and, you know, like analyzing chess, then it seems like, okay, not everything has changed, some things are constant, like that.
But they came here to see championships. Now they saw unchampionships.
So you are a champion, no, Amruta?
कौन सी चैंपियन? दुख दर्द कष्ट पीड़ा सुजामित, यार so true. Pavkal says, I know this is out of topic, but any word on Adiban? How is he doing and his preparation for Olympia?
Yeah, I think he played the Serbia tournament and he did okay. I thought he was fighting at the top for some rounds, then he lost some crucial games. I have a feeling always when I see Adiban that he will make a comeback, you know, always positive. So we should not, I don't write him off basically. I think he has some very good chance. Also, the team is very good. He's also working very hard. So, yeah, but right now he is kind of out of form. Like he's gone below 2600 if I'm not mistaken.
एक गेम खेल रही हूँ, रह रही हूँ, तुम जा सकते हो, पर मेरी स्क्रीन पे आज रख दो।
Then I will switch off Rapport and Jiang.
Is my game there?
Yeah.
बस फास्ट एक ही वर्ड बोलने का खुद को, फास्ट एंड फ्यूरियस, दो है ना। just play, just push.
No, Arjun lost, guys. Arjun lost. Anish Giri lost today. Amruta lost. All chat favorites lost today. Hey guys, see you all later. Bye.
Bye. Good night. So that game I have won, guys. I'll be coming on track. Next time I'll be beating Sagar when I am in more in the mood, when I'm more in the rhythm. Right now, let me just play a few games without any button. All those who have a lot of work, exam preparation, please कर दो. ये सब मत देखो. ये लग रहा है सैक्रिफाइस दे रहा है बंदा अपना. Very much hoping to win this game. ऋषभ B1 के लिए 96 यूजुअली. उप्स, मैं तो भूल ही गई F6 पे कुछ था. बट ये डार्क स्पेयर्स गुड ओल्ड ब्लंडर चल रही है. सो नो टेंशन. इस दे दिया उसने, पता नहीं क्यों, बट अपन खा लेंगे. Way more alert now. Didn't expect rook c1. It seems tough तो है थोड़ी मूव. कुछ भी बोलो, दूसरा भी रुक आ रहा है, करेगा क्या? ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं. 17 सेकंड के साथ मैं जीत गई हूँ गाइस. I've won against विटामिन X. चलो थोड़ा तो हरा दिया है. Let's go with the next game. I still need to win a little bit more. Yuk Sony Gara, abhi now you should sleep definitely. ये गेम में मुझे with 20 seconds in hand I must win, then it makes sense. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. But it seems that he has already slept. Oh no, he's not slept. Oh, sometimes their account might be new and just take. अच्छे players भी हो ही सकता है. But right now it seems he's very new and what I'm doing is super unfair. But it's okay. ये भी मार दो, ये भी मार दो, चेक भी दे दो. इसको मार दो, इसको मार दो. with 6 with 20 seconds in hand I should win, but मैं तो बहुत ही स्लो खेल रही हूँ इतना मटेरियल के बाद भी. I must. ओके, मीट हो रही है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. Black resign with 40 seconds in hand. Though not the best speed, but at least I'll go with the next game now. We will see. Wait for. Hello. Oh, French. I don't know what's the plan with the H5 on. Super weak. Cannot make such moves. Trying to resign very soon. Wait, नहीं क्या Amruta? Check the go. Check the go. Not go. Black resigned and I have won against 1979. That's a good news. Let me go with the next. Oops, what's happening here? सब ठीक है, सब ठीक है. थोड़ा तो रेटिंग अभी मेरा 1977 है गाइस. इज देयर एनी चांस फॉर मी टू रीच 2000? कोई भी चांस है क्या? डिड आई प्ले अगेंस्ट Pankura? Then I'll have to beat the highest rated people. Did I play against him already or is it a new game? Okay, and that's something. New. ठीक है पेट. क्या प्लान क्या है? Or was it a mouse slip? Yes, not. Oh, F file is open. Thank you. Just right now we saw the game, which was very much. Will I stop talking? Ah, shit. Oh, check, check, check. Oh my god, was it a mid? बहुत ही कम टाइम था मेरे पास. Pun coder played really fast. Analysis board. Was it a mid? H8 queen. कहाँ जाएगा? Forced. Oh no, mate into. Missed it. Ah, missed it, missed it. Who was it? Are you in the chat? Uncoder. Yeah, it was made into. Traveling dog says I have milk and cookies here and with food. Had food at 11 p.m. Ah, so you have milk and cookies and then you want to watch here the show of how I'm doing. Thank you. But who is it, by the way, by chance in the chat? The speed was great. ई प्लेयर हु इज 2415. मैं बहुत ही खराब फॉर्म में हूँ. ले लूँ इसका चैलेंज? ठीक है, मैक्सिमम क्रश ही करेगा ना पूरी तरह से. देखता है. बट दिस वन इज अ चैलेंज. इसको हरा दिया ना अगर तो बस आज की मेरी नींद बढ़िया हो जाएगी. मेट इन वन छोड़ दिया उसने, कोई बात नहीं, तो बढ़िया कॉम्पिटिशन हो गया। बहुत सारे लोग अटैक कर रहे हैं मेरी क्वीन पे। Shit. Okay, guys, that was crazy. इतना अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन है, इतना अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन। प्रखर से बोर्ड स्टक। ओ मैंने भी मेरा पूरा गेम ही नहीं दिखा क्या? ओ आई गेट इट। क्या गेम था गाइस, ये देखना चाहिए था, बहुत सही था। सॉरी अमृता, मिस्ड माय गेम। Yes, yes. E-player, was it you, Prakhar, by any chance? Last game was great. मजा आया. I don't know how to follow here. Maybe I should click here. I don't know how to check it. Anyway, but guys, I'll go right now, and tomorrow we will meet again. So for this time being here, thank you so much. Especially last game के लिए भी board नहीं दिख रहा था तो भी इतने लोग थे. So I had 1 second in the end and he had 5 seconds, but just before that I was of course clearly better there, but he created a nice counterplay and my time got over. The very usual story for Bullet. So that was fun, and whoever it was, मजा आ गया, अच्छा खेले. Thank you so much. Traveling Dog says I'm studying for an ETPG. I get saturated. You have to find ways in a day where you're studying plus you're doing something, sometime which are more like extracurricular, which are more physical sports, especially anything related with that, which really helps you. I'm hoping that सिर्फ घर पे बैठ के पढ़ाई नहीं चल रही है. That is very critical for your mind to work. Okay, Trevor Nadar says that was me. Okay. Oh, nice. Next time we'll play again. Remind me with the board, which will be seen, visible. Amit says, thanks for the game, ma'am. I got lucky. Pun coder here. I was so distracted with watching you live playing me. अरे यार फिर भी इतना अच्छा खेले. चलो, the great. मज़ा ही आ गया फिर तो. ठीक है guys. Have a good night. And today is 15 July. So मुंबई में जो लोग रह रहे हैं प्लीज़ रेड अलर्ट है, ज़्यादा कुछ बाहर मत जाना. Have a good night, study well, stay motivated, stay positive. See you later. Tata, bye.